House is in session. I wish to acknowledge the presence of the family of Sir Lloyd Erskine Sandiford, and I hope that the tributes this afternoon bring you a degree of comfort in your time of sorrow. Her Excellency, the President, to the Honourable the House of Assembly. Her Excellency, the President wishes to inform the Honourable the House of Assembly that she will be absent from the country on duty leave on the 20th of July, 2023. Her Excellency further wishes to inform the Honourable the House of Assembly that, in accordance with the provisions of Section 33 of the Constitution, the Very Reverend Dr. Jeffrey Douglas Gibson would perform the functions of the Office of President during Her Excellency's absence. Signed, President, date 19th July 2023. Minutes of the meeting held on Tuesday, July 18, 2023 to be deferred. Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the aforesaid minutes be deferred.
The question is that the aforementioned minutes be deferred. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. The aforementioned minutes are hereby deferred.
Petitions, papers, government notices, private members' notices, notices of questions, reports from select committees, first reading of bills, statements by ministers, congratulatory and/or obituary speeches.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to an outstanding son of the soil, Sir Lloyd Erskine Sandiford, the fourth Prime Minister of this, our nation. Sir, this is not the kind of speeches that we like to give, because it brings to it, with it, a level of finality to the relationship that we as individuals have with persons, because their mortal remains are no longer with us. And what is important is that this honorable chamber, which has been open to only a very small percentage of our citizens to be members thereto, take the time to reflect and pay tribute to those who sacrifice their time and who, with purpose, gave of themselves and, by extension, of their families, to be able to allow them to play the role that they play. This is not, as I said at the funeral last Friday, an easy or pleasant task. And in a very real sense, it forces reflection. It forces reflection for me, because as a young girl, as I was then, I would come into this chamber having just returned from university with a desire to want to serve, and would come in, and the person who was Prime Minister in those days when I would first come was none other than the fourth Prime Minister of Barbados, Sir Lloyd. Indeed, I reflected in my tribute at the service last Friday that at all times and in every instance, his graciousness to me, in spite of being on a different political side, was such that I felt a sense that there was a general desire to pass on knowledge and attitude and values to those of us who would be in succeeding generations there to replace his generation. And I have no doubt that is because he too would have benefited from similar guidance and mentorship. And when I listened to his son in the eulogy in terms of the lesson to help those along the journey in whatever way we can, it started to come together in a very real and tangible way. Sir, the difficulty with small island politics, even more so than larger countries, is that there is always the temptation for persons to go the extra distance with respect to the manner in which we engage. But it is actually the opposite that is required of us. That we have so few of us, that to fight the battles that we must fight nationally, we need us to act with singular purpose. And it is one of the things that I've been proudest of, to serve as Prime Minister of a nation in which we have been able, as an independent nation, and perhaps even, I go further, in the post-1937 era, in the building of our democracy, to understand that there were simply some things that were above us in spite of the partisan delineation of an electoral exercise. I look and I see the continuity and the policy of administrations that would suggest to me, therefore, that we all understood that we were fighting the great struggle of bringing to this nation self-determination and the building of a democracy against forces that did not see us, did not feel us, and definitely did not listen to us. I understood that the efforts even of our own founder leader, Sir Grantley Adams, the father of democracy, did not happen to drop out of the sky as if it was original. And that the efforts of this Parliament to be able to make space for a Samuel Jackman Prescott, the Right Excellent Samuel Jackman Prescott, was the beginning of that journey in parliamentary terms. But that the efforts of those from as far back as King Cuffy and Busser would have been there, and those involved in what has come to be called the Confederation riots, but those of us who belong to the New Republic know that the delineation and the name of the uprisings that were necessary to secure freedoms as riots was the perspective of those who write history rather than the actual reality of the battles being fought at the time. And in particular, as we are on the eve of the 1937 uprising for the freedom and shaping of the nation of Barbados. Mr. Speaker, I say these things because one of the key legacies that I believe I have a solemn responsibility to shape is to begin to understand why the myopia of partisanship cannot crowd the act of nation building. And it does not mean that we will not fight strong in an electoral contest because somebody must win and somebody must lose. But what it means is that we never forget context. And we never forget the ultimate responsibilities of who we are. We give thanks to the Creator before we give thanks to anything else. Because as human beings, we understand that whether that Creator is God or Jah or Allah or whosoever, that we did not as human beings just get here. And in the same way that we do that, I ask us as citizens to pay respect to the state. Because the state determines first and foremost how those of us, and in particular, as the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs and I would have heard in recent days, the difficulty of island people, whether it is the island of the United Kingdom or islands, or whether it is the island of Jamaica or the island of Madagascar, which is perhaps the largest island, I think, globally, or us, the island of Barbados, that the definitive establishment of maritime boundaries that do not allow us to walk on water like Jesus has a way of giving us a different perspective on many things. This nation state, Barbados, has therefore been blessed to see the continuity of efforts from the struggles of a Samuel Jackman Prescott to a Charles Duncan O'Neill with his efforts to be able to establish the concept of political parties, to the reality of the Barbados Progressive League, later to become the Barbados Labour Party, under the stewardship of many people, but of which Sir Grantley, Herbert Adams, the Right Excellent, was the primary leader, to the establishment of a multi-party democracy that was more reflective of who we are, having come through the Congress and the different other things that allowed for more independent candidates, to the reality of the establishment of the Democratic Labour Party, the continuity of the battle for enfranchisement, recognizing that political enfranchisement cannot be divided from worker enfranchisement. You will forgive me, sir, if I take and place this in context today, because it is important for us to understand that while there may have been a series of events, the anniversary of which was this very month that Sir Lloyd passed, that cannot be the defined basis on which this Parliament will reflect or give thanks for his contribution and stewardship as both a Member of Parliament and a Minister, and ultimately, sir, as he was Deputy Prime Minister too, and ultimately as Prime Minister. The continuity in educational policy is perhaps the best thing that says it all. This country was deprived of the infrastructure to secure comprehensive and universal secondary education. In the year 1900, the British did its best to give us primary because they saw that as a means of giving enough to control. And in the year 1900, Barbados had over 200 primary schools on 166 square miles. But it only had 6 secondary schools. And that was the legacy that ordinary Barbadians who took responsibility for the building of this democracy and the building of this nation would have inherited. The efforts to change would have been started by Sir Grantley with the establishment of the first 4 new secondary schools that we have come to refer to them as. Princess Margaret Secondary School, St. Leonard's as it is known now, but it was originally Richmond, Parkinson Secondary School, and what was then called West St. Joseph, but is now called the Grantley Adams Secondary School. And that commitment to build those 4 secondary schools was critical, because all you had were the older 6 secondary schools, some of which like to relish and boast that they're over 300 years old, as if the age of that institution can wipe out the inequity imposed on the rest of Barbadians who were left out of the opportunity to be schooled for centuries. I'm not going to remark anymore on those who would wish to hold on to that. Suffice it to say, however, that the continuity was immediately understood when the Right Excellent Harold Barrow, with the writing of a pen, could immediately offer free secondary education to people whose parents would not have been available and capable of paying for that education, in spite of how capable they were of learning. That was the continuity of Barbados' governance. Similarly, as we have come to understand, that government, first under Sir James Tudor and then under Sir Lloyd, would have set about to amplifying the number of institutions, recognizing that those 4, while making an appreciable gain in the numbers who could access secondary education, it was not sufficient to close the gap. And the irony is, it was not until, the late 80s and the early 90s that we were able ultimately to close the gap. And even then, when we were trying to close the gap with public secondary schools, we had to maintain a strong private secondary education policy to be able to ensure that those who could not access public secondary schools could access the private secondary schools of the day with the assistance of bursaries, because successive governments of Barbados mercifully have understood the responsibility that above all else, the dignity of each human being, if they are to grow and to be given the true meaning of independence, they need to be able to have the basic skills that are delivered to us in education. You notice I didn't say literate skills or numerate skills alone, because the basic skills don't stop at how to read and how to write and how to add. And we're seeing it more and more today, that those skills also are about how to mentor and how to raise, how to understand that every choice has consequences, how to be able to discern, how to think. And we know of many, many, many people who have said to us that even though we didn't always have the number of secondary schools, we had the ability to provide a good 7th standard education that, if secured by the individual, gave them the opportunity to move to the next level. The stories are told of that great chief education officer, Rudolph Goodridge. I think he's the father of the former judge and Solicitor General, who taught himself, another Northman, I believe, who taught himself, and who only then had the opportunities for tertiary education as an adult. That was the reality of many, many, many Barbadians. And therefore it is not passing strange that Sir Lloyd's legacy would be intertwined in a huge way because of the essential role that education has played in the building of this country, both for him as a teacher, but equally as a policymaker, and then ultimately as a leader of this nation. I say these things because I'm addressing both the importance of educational policy, but equally the importance of the continuity of policy. I could as easily have spoken about our social security system, which will be the subject soon of major debate in this honourable chamber, because Sir Grantley Adams shaped out what that social security policy, the establishment of the national insurance system, should look like. But it took until 1967 before it became reality. I can think of many, many other occasions where that continuity has taken place. In my own case as a young Minister of Education, I was called upon to take up the responsibility for finishing a number of schools that had to be paused for 2-3 years because of economic difficulties. I refer to the Hilda Skeen Primary School, the Ignatius Bayer Primary School, and the Lester Vaughan Secondary School. And that important principle of continuity must forever be cherished by the members of this chamber and the other chamber. With respect to the issue of putting state first, I'd like to reflect on 2 particular occasions in my own career in this honourable chamber. 3 that bear repetition. When we decided that we were going to leave the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council, it was not the subject of rancorous debate in this country as it has been in other Caribbean countries, to the point where many countries still remain outside of the jurisdiction, the appellate jurisdiction of the Caribbean Court of Justice. There may be a member for the purposes of it as a treaty interpretation body in interpreting the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas, but they have not come on board for it to be the final court of appeal in its domestic jurisdiction. We were blessed that both political parties in this country exhibited the maturity and the wisdom, and I have no doubt that it is also because the parties had continuity in it. The elders and the young Turks, as they have been called on many occasions throughout our history, came together to understand that there are some things that are simply above partisan consideration. The second occasion was when this country went to arbitration against our sister nation, Trinidad and Tobago, under the UN Law of the Sea Convention. Once again, we banded together as Bajans to be able so to do. And the third occasion, of course, would have been our recent experience with the pandemic. And I have had occasion to thank all in this country for allowing us to be able to work with singular purpose. Yes, the battle for the foreign exchange, the saving of the Barbados dollar, was capable of being supported by the social partnership. But I think I can say without fear of contradiction, the battle for saving our nation from the pandemic was as complete as it is possible for any battle to have been. And I give these examples because I hope in paying tribute to Sir Lloyd, who in his own way would have 30 years ago set the framework along with Sir Roy Trotman and Sir John Stanley Goddard in April of 1993 for the establishment of the social partnership, that they understood then that there were some issues that simply had to be raised to the next level if we were to find common purpose between labor, capital, and government. There are many countries, Mr. Speaker, that 30 years later would love the example of a social partnership that allows it to govern. In our own Caribbean region, throughout the Commonwealth. And we must not take these things for granted as if it was just business as usual. And whatever else we have to say about those difficult days in the early 1990s, they were hard, yes. And sacrifices had to be made. And there may still be debate as to how we got there and what we did, but what cannot be debated is the resolute nature of Sir Lloyd, that once we were out to sea, he was not prepared to allow the ship of state to drift any further, and that whatever was necessary to sustain life and ultimately prosperity, stability and then prosperity, he would take, even if it meant unpopular decisions at the time. I say so, sir, because that is my view today on a number of things. And we are going to have to face that irrespective of the consequences, because we must do right by this country, because we saw what happened when you just allow things to drift. And we have the example of leadership that was resolute and leadership that may have been well-intentioned but not resolute. These are the examples from which those of us here and those of us who shall follow us can learn if we are prepared to read, reflect, and think. I say to you, sir, that that example of social partnership is one of the finest examples of the modification of our governance as an independent nation. And as much as I thank Sir Lloyd, I equally place on record now, Sir John Stanley is not with us. It would have taken courage on his part too to bring in a private sector who had a different mercantilist relationship with the state and with labor. And I give thanks to Sir Roy, who is mercifully still with us, and salute him for his also courageous act, because he could have easily determined that with 28,000 people on the road, and some of you may be too young to remember it, but I was a part of that march down Broad Street, that Sir Roy could have easily succumbed to populism rather than take the road less traveled by many globally. And notice I said globally and not locally, because it is my contention, and certainly was reinforced by another national hero when I was about 16 years old, the Right Excellent Sir Hugh Springer, who said to me that this country owes Sir Frank Walcott a huge debt of gratitude for his soberness while retaining his passion to alter the condition of the working man and working woman in this country. You hear me say all the time, this is who we are. Because in a world where more information comes from outside than from within, it is sometimes important that we remind each other of who we truly are as a nation and what constitutes the Barbadian DNA. Sir Lloyd was a perfect example of that. But it wasn't only in the social partnership, and it wasn't only in education, and if I may go back to education a bit, because I talked about the construction of the secondary schools to amplify the number of places and to minimize the reliance on private education and bursaries. But I could as easily have spoken about the post-secondary institutions. It is true that Sir James Tudor would have started the planning for a sixth form school, but it was left to Sir Lloyd to execute it and to make it reality. And equally, I believe that the Samuel Jackman Prescott, it was Institute of Technology now, but it was a polytechnic for many, many, many years, was formed in the late 1960s too. My memory escapes me as to whether it was 67, 68, or 69, but it was formed in the late 1960s under the stewardship of Sir Lloyd as well. And I hope that one day that we can have these institutions, these post-secondary institutions, appropriately located in the University College of Barbados and with the appropriate development. And I say today that I'm satisfied that we are going to have to establish a mechanism for how we treat to national symbols and national names, and I therefore am not going to ascribe to myself or this government that responsibility. But even today as a cabinet, we met and believed that we need, and we have matured to the stage where we need an independent mechanism to be able to appropriately honor at all levels, from the community to the parish to the nation state. And whether it is Sir Lloyd or Sir Harold Bernard St. John or the late Tom Adams or the late Owen Arthur or the late David Thompson, they are prime ministers who have served and deserve their appropriate due, because none of them did not get there by accident. The Honourable Frondell Stewart, none of them did not get there and remain there by accident. Similarly, there are public health nurses, and their teachers, and their policemen, and their community leaders, and their sportsmen, who will also have to be thrown in the mix for the many, many, many institutions. I think the last one that we had the honor to do was the one in St. George that was renamed in honor of two of St. George's famous sporting sons. So I hope that we can complete the task first and foremost of the establishment of a University College of Barbados that is dedicated to the applied arts and sciences, taking Sir Lloyd's vision and Sir James's vision to another level. I had the honor as Minister of Education to introduce degrees for the first time at the Barbados Community College, and I think that Sir Lloyd's wife would have been deputy and the late Norma Holder would have been principal at the time when we introduced the Bachelor of Arts in the Performing Arts and the Bachelor of Arts in the Fine Arts. We take it for granted that that has been around now for over 20 years. But we need to do more in pharmacology, in drafting. There's a whole host of skills. And interestingly enough, on Monday night, I would have raised these matters with the Chancellor, the German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, for us to be able to benefit from technical expertise in this particular area of technical and vocational education and training, what I like to call applied arts and applied sciences, which is really where a society and an economy makes its defining difference in its output from others. Suffice it to say, though, that we would not be in a position to do all of that had it not been for the initial foundation work of Sir Lloyd in the creation of these two post-secondary institutions. What successive governments have been able to do has been to expand the range of subjects, has been to expand the depth from certificates to diplomas to extracurricular training and education to associate degrees to degrees. And then, if I may, sir, very quickly, move to the issue of regional integration. The Grand Aunt's Declaration will forever stand as a significant moment in the life of our Caribbean civilization. The early work done by the Right Excellent Errol Barrow in the post-Federation days, and it is significant, once again, continuity, continuity, continuity. The only West Indies Prime Minister ever came from this Parliament, the Right Excellent Sir Grantley Adams. The Right Excellent Errol Walton Barrow was at the foundation of the establishment of CARIFTA. And indeed, only 2-3 weeks ago, and I want to thank Lady Emptage, Sir Stephen's wife, for sharing with me how in the early days the Right Excellent Errol Barrow would have called Sir Stephen and Sir Dennis Williams, who was not then a Chief Justice, but a member of the Solicitor General's Chambers, I believe, or was it Chief Parliamentary Council's Chambers? I can't remember, AG. But he would have been at the center with Sir Stephen, who worked in the Ministry of Finance and Planning, as it was in those days, and they would have traveled with Mr. Barrow to go and meet in Antigua, Mr. Bird. Mr. Barrow and Mr. Burnham were in the office that first Sunday morning when Sir Stephen was called along with Sir Dennis. And they would have then traveled, and therein lies the beginning of this massive regional integration movement in its post-independence incarnation, only then to be moved from CARIFTA to CARICOM. And ironically, that would have taken place 50 years ago, as we have just started to celebrate with the recent Heads of Government Conference. I remember, as a young member of this party, going to a meeting at a hotel on the South Coast. Or was it the Dover Convention Center? The memory may have been the Dover Convention Center, but it was on the South Coast for sure. And Sir Sridath Ramphal and Sir Alistair McIntyre engaging with us as a political party on what has come to be known as the seminal piece of work, A Time for Action, by the West India Commission. And I invite all members of this honourable chamber and the other chamber that if you do not have copies of that report, both in its full format and in the abridged format, that you seek to get copies. And if they are not readily available, I invite the Honourable Minister of Home Affairs to ensure that the government printery makes those copies available to all and sundry, because it is important to a people that we understand our history if we are to chart our way forward as a nation. I give you that context because Sir Lloyd and others could have easily turned their back away from what was inevitably the next step to deepen the integration movement. And they didn't. They held on to it and led the way with the signing of the Grand Aunt's Declaration, which then led to significant work being undertaken for a number of years. Indeed, it was Sir Lloyd's predecessor as personal assistant to Mr. Barrow, who had by then, of course, changed parties, the Honourable Nigel Barrow, a former Minister of Information in the cabinet of Tom Adams, who would have had responsibility for leading Barbados's intergovernmental task force in the drafting of the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas that, of course, gave life to the intentions of the Grand Aunts Declaration. These things are important to remember because, as I said, it is fundamentally about continuity. And the journey of building this nation and any nation requires people playing different roles at different times, but more importantly, under a common philosophy and development trajectory. And that is what makes what is happening globally so dangerous. Because what we are potentially seeing is the upending of development when people cannot even agree as to whether the climate crisis is real or not. When the role of the national populism and fascism that we saw in the 1920s and 30s that led to the Second Great War would have put at risk whatever limited development there was for people in those days. And now we see it in Europe, and we wait with bated breath for what will happen on Sunday in Spain's elections, because these things can come to change the arsenal of policy weapons that are available to this Parliament to meet the needs of the people from St. Lucie to St. Philip and Christchurch, and from St. James to St. John. Indeed, I reflected with Cabinet this morning, as I did with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs yesterday, that we have seen two major global engagements involving half of the world's population. This one this week between the European Union and CELAC, the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, which is essentially a body that has every country in the hemisphere except the United States of America and Canada. 60 countries met in Belgium. And with the exception of one paragraph and one country objecting to that, the countries agreed to a framework and included things that hitherto would have been unheard of. 3 years ago, far less decades ago, or even centuries ago. And similarly, the Paris Pact for Peace, for Planet and for People and Planet that met in June, that brought together, this time not the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean and Europe, but brought together the majority of countries out of Africa, the majority of the G20 countries, and then large numbers from the global south, equally agreeing to the injustice of a global financial system that is no longer working for us. Unheard of even when I was chair of the Development Committee of the World Bank and the IMF a few years ago. Half the world's population agreeing to things. The president of Argentina made it clear that what we are now seeing is the end of extractive industry. The whole premise of colonialism was to extract and take and don't compensate. And now we have the Chancellor of Germany courageously saying, and the rest of the community agreeing, that you can't go into a country and extract and leave without trying to create some value added for the benefit of the people. You had a declaration this week that opened the doors for the first time on reparations. All of these were things that Sir Lloyd fought for. And before I finish, I would like to put into this Parliament as a document of the House, if I could do it now, the Ode to the Environment. The reparations. There was no division in this chamber on any of these matters. And he, like me, like Tom Adams, and like Errol Barrow, who all had to deal with different difficult economic circumstances and therefore the international financial institutions, know only firsthand the iniquity foisted on many nations. And what he was asked to do might not have been the only route to save this nation, but it was the only route being permitted by those who had responsibility for the institutions in the time. We have been lucky, maybe we have been prepared. And that is why this government acted with speed. In May of 2018, within 1 week of coming to office, to claim the right to shape our own destiny in our own deliberate way. It was because of Sir Lloyd's experience that I understood as leader of the opposition that I could not wait until we came to government to determine how we were going to play the ball and what we would have to do, knowing full well that what this government inherited was less than 4 weeks of foreign exchange, with a debt repayment due in the month of June 2018. This special sit-in for Sir Lloyd must recall these things because we were the beneficiaries of his journey. And it was when, as a result of that, that when I called the then executive director of the IMF, Madam Christine Lagarde, that we told her 6 days after the AG and I had been sworn in, at 7 o'clock the night, she was attending the G20 leaders meeting in Ottawa. And we said, we are going to take control of our destiny. We will have to restructure our debt. We will announce it tomorrow, and we will need to come to the International Monetary Fund. But as we come, we recognize that we must give our people a little breakfast for the long journey. The IMF program, therefore, that we crafted was able to benefit from the experience of what Sir Lloyd had to endure in the crafting of his IMF program in the early 1990s. And we were able, therefore, to keep a human face, to buy buses, to buy trucks, to give a 5% wage increase rather than a wage cut, to do all of the things that they were not prepared to allow him to do in being able to shape the country that we have. You now better understand why I continue to pay the tributes that I do to Sir Lloyd. And the last point I want to raise is his prescience. His prescience with respect to what we as a planet and as a people would be facing. You know, Mr. Speaker, when Sir Lloyd went to the Earth Summit in 1992, there were many, and some of us, even in the Labour Party, would have made that good old Beijing saying, a lot of mock sport. As is what happens in the banter of partisan politics. And that's why I say we must always be able to discern the difference between the divisive, euphoric gratification of partisan politics as opposed to the steady hand of development anchored by philosophy in nation building. And I want not just to make it a document of the House, I want to read it into the records again. Because, as I said to the Deputy Prime Minister, and I haven't had a chance to say to the Minister of Education, this must become part of the compulsory curriculum for Barbadian students in their literary analysis, in literature. To parse and to write and to take their own interpretation of these words in the world in which we live, which is now facing the season of superlatives. The hottest, the wettest, the driest, the most. Day by day, the Guinness Book of World Records is in a constant state of flux. Because as soon as they write down one record, it gets break in a matter of days. The notion of the earth being 60 degrees, can you even wear shoes without your feet burning to walk on 60-degree earth? The Deputy Prime Minister and her team from the Water Authority were in the Netherlands 2 weeks ago. Technical assistance for the Water Authority here because of the fact that we have experienced 50% of our rainfall this year that we would normally experience in the last 30 years. And she experienced, and Prime Minister of the Netherlands told me about it himself 2 weeks ago. She experienced a storm with 146 miles per hour winds. 145? In the Netherlands? In the summer? In Beijing, it was, the Minister of Foreign Affairs would tell you, the hottest day ever. And when you went outside and you went to the wind that was blowing, it felt like a blow dryer was on your face. So that I contextualize that as we prepare also for the serious financial discussions pursuant to the Bridgetown Initiative, which has informed both of those global conferences to which I just referred, the Paris Pact for People and Planet, that you shouldn't have to choose between development and saving the planet, saving people and saving the planet, and the declaration of the EU Select Conference that had not met for 8 years. And why do I say so? Because, and I think the member for Christchurch, West Central, more than any other member in this honourable chamber, appreciates the absolute sentiments expressed in this ode. And certainly those of us who have been crafting the Bridgetown Initiative appreciate the words in the stanzas that I shall read. We are the lords of this our soul environment, demanding, extracting, destructive, dominant. From it, we source our sustenance. To it, we give our waste. It is our home, our space, our place. Stand up and breathe, shout and sing. Look down upon the land, out to the sea, up to the air and sky. From Earth's metallic core, mantle and crust to atmosphere, hydrosphere and biosphere. Man, mammal, plant and fish, wood, water, gases and fruit. Metals, minerals, rocks and fossil fuels all share the enveloping environment with ions and electrons, with the birds and the bees, the toads and the trees, the sands and the seas. Our life is but a search for harmony, a right relation with our inner self, with fellow people and with destiny, fruitlessly fruitful in the contradictions of interdependence amidst coexistence disharmony. Trees grow and trees decay. Tides ebb and flow. Animals frolic and fight. Night follows day and day night. in the constancy of change, cyclic, inevitable, arranged. The environment is kind and benign, yielding silver and shade, food and wine. The environment is harsh and unkind, bringing storms and plagues and quakes and famine. But stop! Where are we, the lords of the planet Earth? What are we doing and why? The climate changes. Stop now, make haste. Come down from thy Zacchaean tree. Care for biodiversity, so we may seek and save that which is being lost. Tree cover loss, plant and animal species loss, topsoil loss, forest loss, air and water quality loss, exemplifying the wise folly of humankind in the wasteland of self-destructive progress. Unsustainable, unsedulous of pollution, the degradation and depletion, chlorofluorocarbons and acid rain, ozone layer thinning, and global warming. Dare we then reconcile the irreconcilable, renewable and non-renewable, squaring the circle? Bring the lion and the lamb together, reason about war and peace, love and hate, in the exchange of jealousy for generosity. Rise up, my co-partners in leadership. Proclaim the destiny of our peoples, their holy grail, to be the quest for life's best quality, impelled by knowledge and longevity, wealth and environmental integrity. In order to build, we must destroy. But how and what? Where and when? And if we destroy, we must rebuild. But how and what? Where and when? The themes are grand. The ends are climacteric. So globally, we must cooperate. Share the costs proportionate, lest the globe itself disintegrate. Let our sure guides be balance and judgment, so we too may bequeath an environment sustainable in development, rich, bounteous, beneficent for our children and their posterity. Let a great chain of being link animate and inanimate in this space, in this time and place. Mr. Speaker, if we were now to change this from a debate into a literature class, it would be rich with discussion and modern application. From sharing the proportionate costs to the very early lines, second line, demanding, extracting, destructive. We just spoke of the commitment of the former colonial powers to accept that 500 years of exploitation of lands afar cannot be our future. At the global level, yes, we must change our ways. We must square the circle, renewable and non-renewable. I can go on and on. I can even take it and apply it to our own example of our own government when I talk about deconstruct to reconstruct. A nation born in postmodern times, 400 years ago, in a year's time, cannot do things the same way. And I wanted Cabinet to see something today, but we couldn't because we had to rush here. I want them to see how our concept of education is built upon the application of an industrial revolution that is no longer appropriate to the times in which we live. And those of us who choose to live in the shadows of great men and women who went before, without being able to separate values and context from reality, and the need for decisions appropriate to the time, will come to understand that we do ourselves no favor. And further than that, we hurt the chances of us being able to go forward. That it would have taken George Floyd to change the minds of those who said, and the Prime Minister of the Netherlands was very open about it with us. Because I asked him a question. In fact, we were interviewing each other for the sake of for the benefit of the other heads. He spoke to me about population decline, which is huge for us, as you know. And I spoke to him about reparations and what would have caused the change in his own perspective on the matter. And the reality is that our times are continuously evolving. At the time at which this was written, it was the Al Gores, the inconvenient truth. It was not the mainstream. In the same way that Tom Adams was the first Prime Minister to appoint a Minister of Environment, I think it was the Honourable Aaron Truss who became the first Minister of Environment. But there wasn't any need for it before then because it wasn't part of the consciousness. So that this, by all means, is a seminal moment. I contextualize it further. At that same Earth Summit in 1992, Sir Lloyd offered to host the first global conference on the sustainable development of small island developing states. And that offer was repeated and consummated at the next General Assembly after the Earth Summit. And it thereafter led to the actual hosting of the event, and those who will recall the beginnings of what was then the Sherburne Conference Center, which has been appropriately renamed after Sir Lloyd as the Lloyd Erskine Sandiford Center. That conference, in spite of the fact that it was in the middle of an interregnum occasioned by the calling of an election, would come to shape how the world viewed sustainable development of small island developing states. For sure, for 2 decades, but you can argue that since it was the precursor to the Samoa pathway, how the world has viewed small island developing states sustainable development in the Barbados Program of Action. Mr. Speaker, you would appreciate that I could not have given this length of tribute last Friday at the funeral. But for me to come here as a leader of this nation, facing similar circumstances in too many areas, and not to speak and give context to the leadership and to the lonely walk, it does not escape my attention that his son in the eulogy also referred to the lesson that leadership is not only about what you know, but it is about what you endure. And the Bible gives us that lesson in the book of Job. It is not only about what we know, but what we endure. Mr. Speaker, that is where the greatest courage is required. And that is where Sir Lloyd gave us, in his own inimitable style, that courage. I ask us to remember that, as always, Sir Lloyd was a true Bajan. He spoke with a distinct Barbadian Bajan accent. He moved in a way that reflected his pride of being an early builder of this nation, coming to public office 1 year after the nation became an independent nation. And Mr. Speaker, he was forever polite, civil, and generous in his comments. He was his own man, which by nature carried his own determination. But you can't be a leader without exhibiting determination and perseverance. And in his poem, he tells us about the ebb and flow. And the ebb and flow of life means, and ironically, the person who Sir Lloyd beat in 1986, who was a giant of a man in his own right politically, a political colossus, who overgambled his hand at the instance of others, but it is perhaps something that is more associated with testosterone than anything else. But that same man, for those who may be looking a little bewildered because I'm really now showing the gray in my head, I refer to Lionel Seymour Cragg, the late member for the parish of St. James and representative of the Barbados Labour Party. And Lionel Cragg left the safety of St. James thinking that he could take on Sir Lloyd in St. Michael's South. But before I tell you Lionel Cragg's advice to me as a young politician, I should perhaps say, and I think the only member who might be able to validate this in part, not because he was in the parliamentary party, but because he was a man around town, is the member for St. Michael East. But it is said by many that the relationship between Sir Lloyd and the late John Michael Jeffrey Manningham Adams was so close that Tom felt that he might need to call Sir Lloyd in a moment of great need in 1981. And if Lionel had perhaps applied his heart to wisdom and remembered that night, he would have been less willing to go and challenge a man whose nickname I think was the Desert Fox, with all that would imply. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this speech and tribute could not be full without referring to those other things that we have the opportunity to speak on this floor, outside of this room, but as members of this chamber, held dearly mostly to our hearts, because it allows us to know the stories that inform the corridors of this chamber before we became members of it, and to understand that ours is not a singular walk, but we must learn from those who went before. As I was saying, when Lionel Cragg went in 1986 and believed that he could challenge Sir Lloyd, he understood then that which he taught me as a young politician. And he said, "My dear young lady, I want you to remember that the hands that cheer you, the hands that cheer you are the hands that jeer you. And it is often said that when you win, you need no friends. And when you lose, you have no friends." These are the pearls of wisdom, just like that imparted by Garth at his funeral service, that leadership is not only what you know, but what you endure. Mr. Speaker, I give thanks at still the young age below 6 decades to be able to lead a nation that has afforded afforded me the ability to know every one of its prime ministers since becoming an independent nation. And I can say that with the exception of the first two who I knew as a young girl, first Tom Adams, every Sunday morning, lived up the hill from where I was born. And then as a teenager, the Right Excellent Errol Barrow, every afternoon after school for about 3 years. That with the exception of the two of them, I had the good fortune to serve in this honorable chamber when all of them who served were present. And that was in the term of 1994 to 1999. I entered, however, Parliament with Sir Lloyd Sandford as Prime Minister of this nation. I say Parliament because I lost, and I became a senator, and I was one of two opposition senators from 1991 to 94. But in 1994, Sir Lloyd served as the Honourable Member for St. Michael South. Sir Harold Bernard St. John served and sat actually next to me because I was the youngest on the front bench. And as a courtesy to him as a former Prime Minister, he sat on the front bench. He was the member for Christchurch South. The Right Honourable Owen Seymour Arthur sat where I am sitting now as Prime Minister. The Honourable David Thompson sat as a member for St. John and then Leader of the Opposition. And the Honourable Frundell Stewart sat then as the Honourable Member for St. Philip South. He later returned as Sir Lloyd's successor in 2003 as a member for St. Michael South. I say these things simply to give context, therefore, that we have been fortunate to be able to allow the repository of knowledge, 2008, the repository of knowledge from those who had the opportunity to lead this nation to be shared liberally with those of us who did not yet have that opportunity. And I say so today, hoping that the time that I've taken to outline a number of traditions that have been exemplified in Sir Lloyd's life as they were in Mr. Arthur's life, as they were in all of the other leaders, that we lay and leave here the expression of the Barbados DNA, of which Sir Lloyd was an excellent example. You may permit me, sir, if you will, to move a resolution. I'm not sure from the Clerk of Parliament whether I should move it now or at the end of the debate, but I would wish a formal resolution to be laid with respect to Sir Lloyd, and I will ask that the eulogy that I delivered also be laid as a document of the House along with the Ode to Environment. I have already spoken last week about the need for the Minister of Environment to work with us to have in a place that ode, as well, and it may well be the National Botanical Gardens, as well as the Barbados Programme of Action documents set out so that those who visit will forever be able to read both the Programme of Action of Barbados of 1994 for Small Island Developing States Sustainable Development, as well as the poem. And I've asked now today that it also be included formally in our curriculum. And I don't think that we should exclude our primary school children from having a first stab at it, but then our secondary school children for having a more mature opportunity to reflect on it. Because regrettably, the world in which they live will literally be one that requires this knowledge and discernment. And if I may, therefore, now, Whereas the Right Honourable Sir Lloyd Erskine Sandiford, K.A., J.P., and one of His Majesty's Council passed this life on the 26th of June 2023. And whereas Sir Lloyd served as personal assistant to the then Prime Minister, the Right Honourable, Right Excellent Earl Walton Barrow, in the years 1966 to 67, as a member of the Honourable the Senate from 1967 to 71, and was a member of this House from 1971 to 1999. And whereas Sir Lloyd served as Minister of Education and Culture from 1965 to 1971, Minister of Education, Youth Affairs, Community Development and Sports from 1971 to 1975, Minister of Health from 1975 to 1976, Deputy Prime Minister from 1986 to 1987, and as fourth Prime Minister of Barbados from 1987 to 1994, during which latter period he held the portfolio of Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs, and finally as this country's ambassador, resident ambassador, to the People's Republic of China from 2010 to 2013. And whereas this former honourable member of Parliament and diplomat, teacher, author, sometime poet and sportsman, had a love and passion for education to his core, and his record as Minister of Education speaks eloquently for itself in the building of and expansion of a large number of secondary schools, the establishment of the Barbados Community College and Sixth Form Institution, and the Samuel Chapman Prescott Institute of Technology, his way of developing a nation of versatile and well-educated people. And whereas the dire and dark economic woes we experienced as a nation in the early 1990s were confronted by Sir Lloyd as Minister of Finance, resolutely with fortitude and a singleness of purpose by rigidly advocating economic and social policies to restore the solvency of this country that at times saw him despised and rejected, but out of which came the restoration and saw the birth and early development of the social partnership, a legacy of stability for his beloved country and an exemplar for the Caribbean in general. And whereas Sir Lloyd exuded a passion for regional and Caribbean integration and contributed with alacrity to and championed the advancement of the Grand Aunts Declaration, along with other Caribbean heads of government, and who worked program for the integration movement, and further conceptualize the establishment of the Assembly of Caribbean Parliamentarians, which, though short-lived, is still a beacon of the region's integration. And whereas Sir Lloyd ensured that Barbados would rise to the occasion to allow Barbados to play its role in the fight to prepare small island developing states to play a more critical role in the fight to battle the existential crisis of climate by offering to host the first global conference on sustainable development of small island developing states, which led to the Barbados Programme of Action on small island developing states. And whereas in this battle he has left to guide our approach the Ode to Environment, which was prescient in his analysis of what we face as planet and as people. And whereas the distinguished and illustrious son of the soil, born of humble origins, was the epitome of amity, civility, humility, and integrity, the quintessence of the gentler and kinder Barbados he envisaged and advocated, be it resolved that the Honourable House, the House, pay the accolade of its highest tribute to the late Right Honourable Sir Lloyd Erskine Sandiford as an exemplar of dignity, courage, compassion, and humanity and leadership by example, and share the sorrow felt by a grateful nation, and extend its deepest sympathies to his widow, Angelique, Lady Sandiford, children Garth and Inga, and to his other relatives, and express its wish that they be comforted by the memory of a life lived selflessly in the service of his nation and people. Thank you.
Beg second.
Honourable Member for St. Philip West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you, I pay my respects to the family of the late Sir Lloyd Erskine Sandiford. You know, Mr. Speaker, many stories have been told of Sir Lloyd, and no doubt many more will be told. When people pass on, whether they are prime ministers or they are farmers, sir, whether they are teachers or they are homemakers, their departure tends to throw us into a space where we want to reflect on their life and their legacy. What meaningful difference did they make during their time on this earth, and what did they leave for us to cling to and to care for? And I have the privilege of caring for a ministry that was near and dear to the heart of Sir Lloyd, Erskine, Sandiford, that of the Ministry of Education. There will be many perspectives from which people will pay tribute, and I wish simply to add my voice in tribute for part of his contribution in education. Sir Lloyd, he said of himself, and he said this during his address on the occasion of the 25th anniversary, meaningful way as an adult. And I carry that memory with me. Sir Lloyd did what he thought was right for his country, and he was prepared to make personal and political sacrifices in its service. He was not to be deterred once he made up his mind, and when it came to education, sir, he had made up his mind that, in his words, education is the most powerful tool for national development. And in any efforts at reform, he continued, and quote, we must seek at all times the good of our country. He, sir, was loyal to country. He was also true to self. And the legacy that he has left includes, of course, education. As an educator, as an advocate for education, and as a craftsman in the development of at least one of our post-secondary institutions, the Barbados Community Colleges. You would have heard the member from St. Michael Northeast refer to earlier. Sir, the Barbados Community College is the oldest community college in the English-speaking Caribbean. And in 1990, 22 years after the BCC was first established by an Act of Parliament in 1968, Sir Lloyd, he continued to see the development of that institution from being an A-level institution into one that could go forward and administer and deliver on the granting of certificates and diplomas and other degrees that would later come as successive ministers of education continued to develop that institution. For those of you who like stories and numbers, when classes started at BCC on January 5th, my birthday, sir, in 1969, there were 300 students, just 300 students. Now, today, there are between 3,000 to 3,005 students. At that time, sir, there were about 22 academic staff members at that institution. We now have, sir, I believe it is close to 555 such members. I am told, sir, that part of the evolution that was contemplated by Sir Lloyd and carried forward by successive ministers of education and the board of the Barbados Community College was to ensure that, especially in the applied areas, not just in the traditional academic areas, that there was development and there was growth and there was access for more and more Barbadians. The BCC now trains most of the allied health sector, sir. The nurses, including midwives, the pharmacists, some laboratory technicians, rehabilitation therapists, health information management specialists, environmental health and emergency medical technicians, among others, sir. There are degrees that are being given in addition to some of those mentioned earlier in physical education, in arts and education, and entertainment, in media and journalism, in clinical laboratory, science studio, art, graphic art, and others, sir. The point is that you can see how a seed that was planted by Sir Lloyd has indeed grown to the benefit of this country. One of the things that Sir Lloyd understood, as I do, sir, is that schools and training institutions are not the bricks and mortar of buildings. Schools, they are a community of people, students and principals and teachers and staff and parents and the surrounding communities who are united in our mission to deliver the best outcomes for those whom we serve, with a vision for excellence that is global in our ambition. That is where we stand now with education and where we seek to go as we seek to transform education. In life, Mr. Speaker, Sir Lloyd's contribution in education, it formed part of his story. In death, sir, it is history, part of the proud history of Barbados and of education, where his name now is indelibly marked and written in the pages of time. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the honourable member from St. Michael Northeast was very comprehensive in her tribute, and I shall make this one a short tribute. Mr. Speaker, I close now with thanks on behalf of those whom the life of Sir Lloyd impacted in education. I thank him for the footprints he has left in education. And I am grateful for the learnings I have had through his leadership in education and generally as a head of this country. I close, sir, with prayers extended to his close family and friends and his surviving relatives. With these few words, sir, I am obliged.
Honourable member for St. James Central.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to associate myself with the words and the voices of those who have already spoken in this debate, and I would want to emphasize, sir, especially the very wise and studied remarks made by the Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, these obituary speeches are never easy, and indeed, as I reflected during the speech of the Prime Minister, it has been my lot, sir, to have been here during the speeches made in honor of Sir Harold Bernard St. John, the late David Thompson, the late Owen Arthur, and now we join Sir Lloyd Sandiford. And Mr. Speaker, in this particular instance, I feel personally touched because, sir, there were a few very personal interactions that I had with Sir Lloyd. I want to begin, Mr. Speaker, by saying to you that I think I have to use this speech not only to recognize and reflect, but to also publicly express gratitude for opportunity given to me. Mr. Speaker, it would have been, I think I may have been about 16 years of age around October of 1983, when there was a military intervention on the island of Grenada. I reflect on that date, sir, because it perhaps would have been around and about that time that I determined in my own mind and in my own way that I really wanted to be of service to my nation and to do that which I now do. And I don't necessarily limit that to serving in Parliament, but equally, sir, to serving in the ministry I now serve, interestingly enough. That intervention, sir, it would be most inappropriate to interrogate or to litigate that intervention in terms either of its merits or otherwise. But suffice it to say that Sir Lloyd Sandiford stood out in my mind as a 16-year-old at that time because his public posture on that matter was not a position of convenience, nor was it one of conformity, but rather, sir, it was one of principle. As I recalled it, Mr. Speaker, he was one of the first people in Barbados to publicly raise the issue of the desirability of the Caribbean Sea being a zone of peace. He was one of the first people to recognize that rehearsals for that intervention had been taking place on an island called Vieques, just off of Puerto Rico, since 1981. And that between 1981 and 1983, 2 years had obviously passed. And that there was more than sufficient time in 2 years, if all parties were even-handed and dealing with each other with a matter of an element of sincerity, for there to be dialogue rather than weapons of destruction. I found, Mr. Speaker, as a young 16-year-old, that I was listening to a voice, sir, that was carrying a message of non-aggression in the Caribbean, a recognition of territorial sovereignty, taking a position, as I said, Mr. Speaker, sir, of principle. And that has lived with me since that time. A couple years later, I would have encountered him as a student at the community college. Now, there he was a teacher of political science. And I underscore again the impact that Sir Lloyd would have had on me personally, because his was an approach to scholarship, sir, that did not seek to alienate anyone, but rather to bring students closer, even students who were not registered to be in his classroom but had heard about him and how he approached classes, wanted to be part of the process and were welcomed. Mr. Speaker, sir, he required in-depth reading, he required discussion and broad participation. He insisted, sir, on an understanding not only of current affairs, but an understanding of the historical context to the current affairs of the day. And it was his style, Mr. Speaker, to try to fill in the gaps of knowledge in the minds of those young teenagers who would have come from a cross-section of schools around the island, but literally became there with brains full of mush. Some of us, sir, I confess, when we entered Sir Lloyd's class, we may have known about the history of the Caribbean, we may have known a little bit about English literature and language and so on, but many of us could not tell you with any sense of clarity or purpose what a constitution was, why there was a need for a constitution. He was a man, sir, who would invite you to tell him and share with him your thoughts of what a constitution should have and should offer as a body of rights. He was taking us to places, sir, where we had never been invited to go intellectually before. In fact, Mr. Speaker, sir, it wasn't just about the rights we should have, but our responsibilities as citizens in this country. And you know, Mr. Speaker, as I reflected on Sir Lloyd in that capacity this morning, CNN was on in my house, and a story was being told of education in Florida and how there is now a purposeful revisionism of the black historical experience in the United States taking place in Floridian classrooms, so that now you are not supposed to treat to the issue of racism and, no, not classism, it gets worse, racism and slavery. The Sir Lloyd Sandiford that I knew, Mr. Speaker, sir, could not have functioned in an educational environment where one was asked to be selective of that which one could read. The Sir Lloyd Sandiford I knew, Mr. Speaker, sir, could not have functioned in an educational environment such as we find today in that part of the world, where guns are invited into schools, but books are put on one side. The Soloid Sandiford that I knew, Mr. Speaker, sir, could not have functioned in an environment where you sanitized certain parts of history as a matter of convenience and not teach the totality of the story as a matter of consciousness. And that is why I say, Mr. Speaker, that I feel a certain sense of privilege that I was given the opportunity to interface with him at that level. Now, I suppose that when once one has established where one's philosophical moorings were as a human being, and I do so by way of my feeling about the Grenada, some say intervention, I choose to say invasion. When one establishes the way in which one feels about education and the opportunities that were presented, it shouldn't come as too much of a surprise to you, therefore, sir, if I say to you that I, against the better wishes and designs of my parenthood, would have gone, sir, that far to have associated myself with Sir Lloyd politically. And again, I feel constrained to say that much like that which the Prime Minister of Barbados said to this House today, that was the experience of Sir Lloyd. I think the Prime Minister gave this House a lesson. And every interaction with Sir Lloyd was an opportunity where you came away learning a little bit. And if you didn't learn a little bit, you were certainly being encouraged to go and learn a little bit. So that Hansard, for example, for a young person in that party at that time, was a required reading because he saw the records of this House of Assembly as a tool of trade. And in his mind, it was not possible for you to be serious about engagements politically unless you understood what was happening in this place where laws are made on a weekly and in some cases daily basis. He also felt, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the organs of the political party were living, breathing laboratories where people grew and engaged and interacted and did so philosophically. If I had $1 for every time I heard Sir Lloyd Sandiford speak about his being a social democrat, I think I would be a multimillionaire today. But that is where he located himself, and unapologetically so. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I feel equally that one of his strengths was the courage of his convictions. Now, the Prime Minister quite rightly drew our attention to the role he played on the regional stage as Prime Minister. I had reflected a little bit on the speeches and statements given by a wide cross-section of this community, not only here but regionally, on the passage of Sir Lloyd. As I left the funeral service to travel to the airport last Friday, because I was going to Brussels to that meeting that the Prime Minister referred to, I had a chance to look at the statement given by his former counterpart, Percival J. Patterson, former Prime Minister of Jamaica. I believe Prime Minister Patterson would have been Prime Minister between 1996 and 2006 or 7, something like that. And he described Sir Lloyd as a man of exceptional calm, which is true. He said he was a patient, persistent, pragmatic man who took steps to build a community, meaning CARICOM, build the community, and to manifest the aspirations and dreams of the Caribbean people. And I was really glad that the Prime Minister spent some time on this issue of Sir Lloyd and CARICOM. Because in the cut and thrust of politics in this country, we often lose sight of the substance of the individuals who are in this place. And we often lose sight of the heart and the conviction and the courage associated with those individuals and get wrapped up in the partisan rancor sometimes even the partisan squalor. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, the reality is that when the Prime Minister drew our attention to Grand Aunt's declaration, I smiled, because on the 12th of July 1989, we would have signed on to the Grand Aunt's declaration. But I think that if you take time now to go to the 10th meeting of the heads of government of the region, which would have taken place in the immediate context of Grand Aunts, and you look at the records of the heads of government, it removes any doubt whatsoever about the passionate philosophical commitment of the man, Sir Lloyd Sandiford, who at that time was leading Barbados. And quite frankly, there is a sharp distinction to be drawn between him and any of the others from his political party who succeeded him. It may come as a shock to this Parliament, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the records of my ministry cannot reveal any more than one meeting of the Caribbean, of the Prime Minister's Subcommittee, CSME Subcommittee, which is chaired by the Prime Minister of Barbados during the last 8 years of Democratic Labour Party stewardship in this country. No more than one meeting. And that tells you a tale. That tells you a tale, because it was that party, led by the Right Excellent Earl Walton Barrow, who took this country to Carifta and on to CARICOM. Sir Lloyd, Mr. Speaker, stood as an equal to the Right Excellent National Hero in his commitment to this region. And I tell you why I say so. Mr. Speaker, sir, many of us will recall the voice of Sir Lloyd calling for the Assembly of Caribbean Community Parliamentarians, which actually was subsequently then written in to the Grand Aunt's Declaration as part of the ambitions coming out of Grand Aunt's in July of 1989. The Assembly of Caribbean Community Parliamentarians, Mr. Speaker, sir, should have been seen, and in my judgment, should still be seen as an indispensable part of the regional process. Let us not forget, if I can sit next to the Honourable Member for Christchurch West, who in his career has served as a member of the Parliamentary Association of the Association of African, Caribbean, and Parliamentary States, working with the European Union. We go all up to Europe. We embrace all across the Pacific, Mr. Speaker, sir, to sit down and discuss matters of mutual concern as small islands coming out of a post-colonial context. We have been able to sit in a parliamentary structure to advance the issues arising out of that context. But in this part of the world, where we live, function, work, live, and breathe every day, Mr. Speaker, we have not yet found it possible to join forces so that those who sit in this chamber and those who sit in a similar chamber in St. Lucia, Dominica, Grenada, etc., can have representatives discussing matters of common concern, such as that which you heard the Honourable Prime Minister, or those which you heard the Honourable Prime Minister speak of today. Sir Lloyd, in that regard, was a man well ahead of his time. It was equally the voice of Sir Lloyd who called for the establishment of an independent West Indian Commission in order to advance the goals of the Treaty of Chaguaramas and to take the people of the West Indies into the 21st century. Well, that came to pass. There was such a commission, created subsequent to the 1989 Grand Aunt's Declaration, and chaired by Sir Sridhar Ramphal, and in 1993 or thereabouts, it published a report called A Time for Action. And that report, Mr. Speaker, sir, again, the Prime Minister spoke to that report in her speech. That report, Mr. Speaker, sir, engaged almost as a public, well, not the report, the commission engaged as a public forum on the region's future. And the report speaks to fundamentals, sir, from the desirability of a common currency to the way in which we defend and promote a common culture. It speaks, Mr. Speaker, sir, to matters from as technical as the use of science and the study of science in our schools in order to advance our societies, to the matter of human rights, sir, and the governance of our societies. It speaks to exports and trade, as it speaks equally, sir, to sports and cricket. It speaks, Mr. Speaker, sir, to gender and gender equality in the Caribbean. Again, sir, Sir Lloyd was a man before his time. All of those issues in that report, bar none, are relevant to us today in the context of our ongoing development and the challenges that we face, sir, as a region. Again, Mr. Speaker, sir, it was the voice of Sir Lloyd who called for a convening of a Caribbean economic conference system so that the region would meet from time to time just purely to discuss the economic issues that are confronting us collectively. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, I ask you for a moment to reflect on what this region would be like if the Prime Minister of Barbados, who is our Minister of Finance, if the member for, I was Ryan's constituency, Christchurch East Central, who is the Minister in the Ministry of Finance, was able to sit down, Mr. Speaker, sir, in a forum together with the business leaders, together, sir, with the chambers of commerce, the small business people who are critical to this region, sir, in order to go through in a methodical manner and a structured way some of the economic issues that are impacting us, sir, and of what do I speak. This House, sir, has for the last 20 years that I have been in here, been forced to we have sat down, sir, government after government, and twisted ourselves into small knots on issues of an economic nature foisted upon us from outside. We do it, St. Lucia has to do it. We do it, Dominica has to do it. We all do it, and Jamaica and Antigua and St. Kitts must do it, Mr. Speaker, sir. And together we have not been able to structure a voice and a coordinated approach. The foreign accounts, tax compliance requirements that were visited upon us by the United States and Canada. FATCA, Mr. Speaker, sir, the de-risking and correspondent banking, another existential threat to this region, where there are people in this region who have, and business entities, who have actually lost access to bank accounts, actually been cut off from the ability to participate in commerce outside of the place where they reside. And it took a Prime Minister of Barbados, in a company with, I believe, one other Prime Minister, I think it was from Trinidad and Tobago, to go to the United States Congress to engage on this matter. And the fact of the matter is, sir, that way back in 1989, 1990, Lloyd Erskine Sandiford was telling this region that we have to have the economic convocations to deal with the constant threats of an economic nature that come across the North Atlantic to us, many of which are nothing to do with our making, but all of which force us to put ourselves in, like contortionists into tight little knots in order to find a way to respond. And that is why I feel that the Prime Minister's address today, sir, was so absolutely pertinent and correct and appropriate. And it isn't only on those matters. It is on the fact that we still have not been able to forge the necessary access to the markets of the North Atlantic that we must forge if we are to advance forward as a proud and truly independent people, trading with respectability as of right and not as by way of favor. We have a trade relationship with Canada, sir. The whole region does. It is an economically rooted relationship. But that trade relationship with Canada, sir, operates outside of the context of the World Trade Organization system and structure. It operates on the basis of the benefaction of the Prime Minister of Canada and his cabinet, who must go to the WTO and ask for a waiver because we are not compatible. And therefore, on those terms and on those terms alone, we have access to the Canadian market for goods. And Mr. Speaker, Sir Erskine Sandiford understood this. And when he was calling for the convocation on economic matters, these are the things he was speaking to. And that one day, we may all wake up down here and be dumbstruck and surprised that there's a Prime Minister in Canada who says that the arrangement I give you to access my shores by way of goods I ain't giving you no more. I'm not asking for no more World Trade Organization waiver. And then what will we do? Because we have not been able to do that which we should have done, and that which Erskine Sandiford was urging us to do, which is put our strengths together. And don't ask for a favor. Don't ask you to give us a little fish, but give us the opportunity as equals. And I have said to the Canadian representatives of the Canadian government, I am satisfied, sir, that if I see insurance companies leave Barbados and set up in St. Lucia, and set up in St. Vincent, and set up in Dominica, and set up in Grenada, and set up in Jamaica, and if I see hospitality-related companies from Barbados replicate themselves all across this region, and construction companies from Barbados replicate themselves all across this region, what makes anybody doubt that in a Canada where there are well in excess of 100,000 Caribbean people, that those companies, the banks from Trinidad that replicate themselves all across this region, what makes anybody doubt that we would not have the capacity to export our services into that marketplace? But we will never get there unless we do the type of things that Erskine Sandiford was asking us to do since 1991. Now, perhaps even more impactful than that, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that it was the same Prime Minister, as he then was, talking about the elimination of requirements for passports for CARICOM nationals traveling and the removal of work permits for CARICOM nationals. Mr. Speaker, sir, it took from then, 1989, until 2-3 weeks ago for CARICOM to come to the point where we could have an understanding and a commitment that by the 31st day of March 2024, we will be at that stage where we allow movement as of right. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, the point is the prescience, to use the Prime Minister's language, the foresight of the man, the understanding that this region can and will only grow if we utilize the skill sets and the human resources that we have at our disposal, and we allow for there to be the natural movement of our people. And to do the necessary things that we have to do to make sure that when people move, there's the body of contingent rights that enable them to move and be able to access the same opportunities from country to country. And that is one of the reasons, sir, if I may use this opportunity just for 1 second, to explain away the midnight madness, that is the midsummer's madness, quite frankly, that is taking place in this country. Because when the Prime Minister of Barbados is off on a visit to Europe and takes time out to meet with the leadership of the European Union in order to negotiate with them the way in which a CARICOM development fund, a financial window, can be capitalized so as to ensure that a Barbados and a Dominica and a Belize and a Jamaica can be brought up to the same level so as to accommodate the freedom of movement of our people, so as to better facilitate the movement of our commerce, the opportunities for our business people, the opportunities for us to attract investment, Mr. Speaker, sir, and maintain employment for all the people who put us in this parliament. And when that is criticized and condemned, sir, it tells me that there is an opposition out there who are seeing only a village setting in 1960, but not the region of 2023. Erskine Sandiford saw the region well in advance of 2023. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, sir, that in the same way that that Grand Aunt's declaration spoke to all of those things, and he championed all of those causes, last but not least was the commitment for there to be a Port of Spain Accord on the management and conservation of the Caribbean environment. And we just heard the Prime Minister speak about his own ode to the environment. He didn't only say it here, he took the message to CARICOM. The Port of Spain Accord on the management and conservation of the Caribbean economy, Caribbean environment, Mr. Speaker, was about, I know, again, I laugh at the prescience. To build, we must destroy, that's what he said in the ode. But when he went to CARICOM, Mr. Speaker, sir, he was talking about the cost for compensation, the cost for our environmental loss. And that is the same issue that was debated in Paris in June of this year, when 90 countries of this planet came together in order to say with a singular voice that the damage that is being done to environments across the world, especially for small island states like ours, has to be compensated for. And that there is the most unbearable burden on a minister of finance or on a government of a country like ours, a small island developing state, that we have to make a choice between finding hundreds of millions of dollars to build coastal revetment because the sea is claiming more of our land. That we have to find hundreds of millions of dollars, sir, in order to treat a drought situation because our rainfall has fallen off precipitously. In circumstances where, as the Deputy Prime Minister will bear out, most of our water mains are losing 40% of the water passing through it long before they get to the people's household or the people's business place. So you have to know to lay fresh mains. Mains that were laid by the British in 1700 and 1800. Hundreds of years old are now falling into disuse and desuetude. But to find the resources to do that comes at great cost. And at the same time, we have to build new secondary schools, though. We have to improve the quality of our health care, though. We have to make sure that the people in my constituency up in St. Thomas can get to town in the morning on a bus that's working, though. Though that is the dichotomy, that is the challenge of how you find the resources. That is what makes the thinking of that great man so relevant. And yes, we will get into the partisan rancor and we will have the cut and thrust. But one of the saddest parts of this discussion is that even today, we have not yet heard a voice from that wilderness that carries the name of the party that he led. Not a voice has been raised to reflect on the wisdom of the man and the sage thinking of the man and the contribution of the man and his prescience as we enter this aspect of human development in this country. It is one of the saddest reflections that one can have, Mr. Speaker, sir. Not only for this country, but for that institution. And Mr. Speaker, sir, there is not much else that one can say, but that it was for me a privilege, as I said at the beginning, to have been able to associate with him in a personal way. And I want, sir, to say that I hope and pray that this country will have due regard to his life of selfless sacrifice and devotion and duty and his sense of commitment to the development, sir, of this nation. I hope that he will rest in peace and rise in glory, and I offer my own condolences and those of my family to his daughter Inga, his son Garth, and his widow Angelita, and their family. I'm obliged.
I go. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honourable member for St. Michael South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you very much, Honourable Member for St. James North, my good friend. Mr. Speaker, sir, I will be brief, but I feel that, having the privilege of representing the constituency that Sir Lloyd and Sandyford once represented, that I should say a few words as well. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I built a political career for myself being honest and saying the things that I genuinely believe. And so everything that I say, I believe. And when I came to my own political consciousness as a young man in the 90s, I must tell you that I never thought that I would stand anywhere and speak gloriously about Sir Lloyd Erskine Sandyford, only because coming into my own political consciousness in the 90s as a very young man, I was then somewhat revolutionary in my mind, I thought, being part of protest where protest was necessary, writing articles constantly, in the newspaper expressing my views, myself then and others, who will remain nameless unless the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister chooses to name herself. But we at the time considered ourselves to be revolutionaries and fighting for a cause, sir, and a country that as young people in our teens that we loved. And at that time, sir, I also had to recognize that in the 90s, my mother, a conductress, had lost her job. And it was a very, very difficult period for myself and for many people in my neighborhood, in the Pine. I remember, sir, it got to the point where coming home from school, you would see NHC would plaster notices on people's doors. Eviction notices, because many people had lost their jobs, and almost as a community practice, the idea was to tear those notices off before other people could see them so as to prevent embarrassing somebody else. At that time, sir, I felt like many people, young people at that time, sir, that something was wrong with the country and the direction of the country. I felt, sir, would never have any desire to praise any man or any person or any party at the time that I thought was causing myself and my family and my country, at the time, tremendous pain. And I look back upon that period now that I am older and having now the opportunity to sit in this same place, and I ask myself, what were the conversations perhaps that Sir Lloyd must have been having with himself? And I think about his tremendous bravery to be able to do the things, sir, that he felt were necessary to be done at the time to save a country, recognizing that people young in age, as I was, brave in heart, as I was, would probably take up the pen, and some of us take to the streets and to do things in opposition to him and to the ideas that he brought, sir. I felt at the time, sir, that I needed to write. And then I could write. I used to write a lot. I wrote so many articles at the time, laying out, what I thought was the way forward and why young people needed to be involved. Pretty much the same things that young people are writing about me now. The things that they don't feel comfortable with. But I remember one particular article that I had written, and the editor then, he said to me, Kurt, he called me by name, he said, "You do not want to write this way." And it was something about the country and Sir Lloyd, Sandy at the time, and he said, "You do not want to write this way because the people of this country respect Erskine Sandyford." And even though we were opposed, all of us in the room, opposed to him, watch the way you write. The people respect Erskine Sandyford. And it made me think then, sir, well, at the time I thought, well, this man is not worthy to lead my revolution, because it was a revolution that I was part of. We really felt that we needed change. But to be a leader and delivering the things that you had to deliver to save a country, offending people who probably, like myself, didn't grasp the severity and the reality of the situation, and to know that it would cause people to rise up and still to do it, requires bravery, sir. A tremendous amount of bravery. I was in the Calypso tents on Sunday night, sir, and the MC, Eric Lewis, if you allow me to say his name, sir, in his whatever character he was portraying at the time, he said that Sir Lloyd used to come even in the worst of times, the Calypso tent, and sit in the front. And as they cursed him, he took his licks like a man. And he would praise the Calypsonians, and he would talk to the Calypsonians. And that there was never any kind of animosity. I said to my personal assistant the other day, because, I said we have to be careful that we do not let this political thing change us. Because you could become hard along this path. I respect that after all of that time, still to have that kind of human touch, to be friendly to the people who are criticizing you publicly, it's a tremendous asset, you know. And many of us do not have it. To be able to say, I understand why you would want to criticize me. Many of us don't have it. We return, sir, to our base instinct is almost to defend ourselves. I respect now, in retrospect, a lot of these qualities that Sir Lloyd Erskine Sandiford had. Sir, I must also tell you that as I listened to the eulogy by his son and the other speeches, there were many things that I took note of, and the Honourable Member for St. Peter and myself, we exchanged notes. But I think it was in the tribute from Professor Downs, where he said that Trevor Marshall, sir, the historian, described him as an alpha male in disguise. Something to that effect. If that is not the most brilliant description of anybody that I've heard in my life. An alpha male in disguise. Kind of a quiet giant, you know. And so I ask myself now, what am I feeling? What am I thinking about this man? And it is clear to me that in any estimation, however you approach this, Sir Lloyd did it his own way, as an alpha male would. And that even as people talked about him and said awful things, steady and focused, sir, you know, the Prime Minister of Barbados gives all of us in this room one set of advice. Stay the course. Stay focused. There is I've been looking at this thing almost in an academic way. There is a thread that runs through all great leaders, you know. This capacity to stay focused on the things that matter. And you can see it, sir, in all the people who've led this country, sir, this capacity to stay the course. But very few of them tested the way Sir Lloyd was tested. Very few tested the way the Honourable current Prime Minister has been tested. This idea, sir, that you have to have something. You have to believe in the thing it is that you are doing and stay the course. It's clear to me, sir, that Sir Lloyd is a man that was rooted in value. A value system, sir, that I honor and I respect. I like to think these things, sir, about myself. When I ask myself what kind of politician I would want to be, I want to be remembered, sir, as somebody who kept faith with the things that I believe. I want to be remembered as a person who kept faith with the things that I believe, even at the times when young people would take to the pen and take to the street, because I've kept faith in the things that I believe. So I also dabble in poetry, as you know. I try to think of myself as a poet. I listen to the poem read by the Honourable Prime Minister. I know that could not be his first poem, because you cannot write such a good poem the first time. I'm telling you, if you all haven't found his book somewhere in that house, there must be poetry somewhere in there, because you don't write such a good poem the first time. And poets, sir, have a way, sir, of being passionate about the things that they care about, sir. But I also feel that there is a way, sir, that you find solace and sanctuary in your own words. And while people might say Sir Lloyd was quiet and he did not speak to certain people and he did not react, sir, people find sanctuary in their own way. And I suspect that he found sanctuary and solace in poetry. There must be pieces somewhere. And I wouldn't mind having the opportunity to read them, if you all find them. But Mr. Speaker, sir, let us be clear that at the end of the day, sir, Sir Lloyd suffered for the things he believed. And there is no doubt in my mind, sir, that the advice that he gave to the PM, our current PM, that she spoke about at the funeral, tried to hold them together. Keep that work, you know, because great leaders realize, sir, to be able to deliver on a promise, you have to be able to do so through people. but that there are always factions in a room. In any team, there are factions too. You could be in one political party and have 4 and 5 divisions. There are always factions in a room. Hold them together, recognizing that it takes a lot of effort to keep a coalition alive, sir. But, sir, there is a cost of coalition. There is a cost of coalition. I believe, sir, when I think about it, that there might have been things that perhaps Erskine Sandiford wanted to do that he could not do, because it is the cost of coalition. You cannot come out and say the things you want to say, trying to keep a coalition together, trying to keep unity in a team, and in the end, sir, a casualty of his convictions. And I know, sir, that for many of us who come into political life, we would like to think, you know, I watch movies and I say to myself, in the end, when our protagonist is faced with these circumstances, we would all make the big, bold decision. We would be brave, and we would do the right thing. And in our daily life, we get the opportunity, sir, to face little obstacles, and we stumble. Many of us dream of being the big protagonist at the end, but in our life, in our little struggles, sir, we stumble. I do not know that many of us would have had the fortitude to make the decisions, even at the last minute, that were made, sir. But I speak, sir, as a person who now have the opportunity to represent St. Michael South. And it is an honor for me, sir, to say that I serve in a constituency that brought 2 prime ministers, both from the other side, but 2 prime ministers. And I am convinced, sir, that it was the first prime minister, Lloyd Erskine Sandiford, that gave us the second prime minister too. Because his legacy and his name is so good in St. Michael South. It is so good that the length of his reputation, I believe, brought home the next person. His reputation is so solid. I'm telling you that when you canvass St. Michael South and you come into contact with persons who either support the Democratic Labour Party or voted that way, sir, they say to me, Erskine Sandiford said, or Erskine Sandiford did, or he used to be around a lot. His reputation is stellar in St. Michael South. And I asked the people that I know as I was canvassing, you know, when I first started canvassing, I must tell you that some people told me that I moved like Erskine Sandiford in relation to how much time I was spending in the constituency and honor bestowed upon myself. The amount of time that I was putting into the constituency, sir. But to be a leader, a prime minister, deputy prime minister, and still have time to get in your constituency, it is a difficult thing. It is difficult to even be a minister and get in your constituency, speaker and get in your constituency, especially when you work the kind of hours that we in this room work. Imagine what it was in those 3 years, especially between 91 and 94. It must have been a very, very difficult time, so I respect him. And I respect what it must have taken to be able to do what was done during that most difficult period, sir. You know, I canvassed, sir, I went to Charleston and I asked my constituents, you know, what do you think of Sir Lloyd? And they remember things. What I remember in Charleston is that it was him who started the first neighborhood watch. At the time, they had no such thing in Charleston. And they still give him thanks to this day for the neighborhood watch. Down in the Bayland and in Bayville, they talk about him being the person to make sure that the NHC units that were built long before were all renovated. And it was him who brought toilets in born facilities to the area. And they had none of those things before. And in Bridensill, they remind me, sir, that some of the roads that we have the comfort of driving on were the roads that he made sure were built. At a time when Bridensill and Bayland was not receiving the kind of attention that they felt those constituencies should have received, those communities, sir. And so I know that whether it was part of national service or whether it was part of his local service, that Sir Lloyd Erskine Sandiford did a lot, sir, and was remarkable in his execution, sir. And I said I wasn't going to be long, sir, but I want to close as I began. I want to be remembered as well as a person who told the truth, sir. And everything that I wrote as a 17-year-old, 18-year-old, and 19-year-old, I believe very strongly in my heart to be true. And every word that I utter now, I equally believe to be true. That once you find yourself in a position where you have to ask, what was it like perhaps to walk in that man's shoes? What is it now to be walking in somebody else's shoes? You get the opportunity to realize that these decisions are not as easy as they appear. I'm telling you. These things are not as easy as they appear. Many of us dream that we will make these big decisions. These things are not easy to do. It is very difficult for a person whose political future relies on popularity to make unpopular decisions. And it is for that very same reason that many institutions fail. Many states become vassal states. Because people do not know how it is to make the unpopular decision when they feel the need to remain popular. I want to close, sir, by saying it is an honor to serve. I may not get 28 years in St. Michael South like Sir Lloyd Erskine Sandiford did, but I will do the best that I can in the few years that the people have given me, and to serve the people with the best of my ability, and to hope that when some person returns to St. Michael South after me, that they say about me as they say about Sir Lloyd Erskine Sandiford, that he was honest, he was kind, and that he was genuine, and that he was his authentic self in serving the people, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Honourable Member for St. James North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to join this debate as the Member of Parliament for St. James North, constituency where Sir Lloyd was born, in Porters to be exact, and where he lived throughout his life. The office of Prime Minister is one which few people who even come to Parliament would ever hold in any country. And it is an office which everyone has to respect. And when I heard of his death last month, felt it was my duty. I was overseas on government business, parliamentary business, to send a tribute immediately to the people of Barbados on behalf of my constituents. Sir Lloyd was an individual who was born to leadership. Barbados scholar, 1956, in an age when there were only 5 such scholarships every year in history, English, and Latin. The classics, as they were called, went on to the University of the West Indies, Mona, and that is significant as well, because as a Barbados scholar, he could have gone on to England. He would have had that option to go to the mother country, but he felt that he should go to, at the time, the only University of the West Indies that they had. That shows the Caribbeanness of the individual. And of course, I always feel that things work out for a purpose, because of course it was there that he met his wife, Lady Angelita Lady Sandiford, and lifelong partner. And indeed, I understand that context, sir, because it was within that same environment, that same university that my parents met. My dad a Barbadian, my mum a Guyanese. And of course, they were contemporaries of Sir Lloyd in the late 1950s and were friends with him. Sir Lloyd then went on to Manchester University, one of the top universities in England, did a master's, and wrote a thesis in a comparison, in fact, on Africa and Caribbean services, common services, came back to Barbados and went into teaching first at his, I think at the Modern High School, and then at his alma mater, Harrison College, one of his alma maters, because it also has to be said, sir, that he went to Coleridge Parry. And I always feel quite honestly that the school where you first went to in terms of secondary school has to take the benefit of your success at tertiary level. Before that, sir, he went to St. Albans Primary School. At that time, it was known as St. Albans Elementary School in St. James North, my constituency. And when I spoke briefly at the graduation of those students last week, Wednesday, I said, look, you have a prime example of Sir Lloyd Sandiford as someone who went to school at your school, at this school, and has achieved tremendous success and has reached the top of this island in terms of politics and in everything else. And use him as an example of what each and every one of you all here graduating today can achieve. The Right Excellent Errol Barrow, of course, saw his talent and brilliance and made him his personal assistant, 1966, 1967, when he then appointed him to the Senate and as Minister of Education, one of the most important ministries, a ministry, of course, at that time controlling, almost 20% of the annual budget in the estimates debate. And it has to be recognized, Sir Lloyd was only 30 years old at that time. And he became the longest-serving Minister of Education in Barbados for 8 years in the first instance, and then one again when the Democratic Labour Party came back into office in 1986. And I think both sides of the political fence accepts that Sir Lloyd is one of the three best ministers of education that this country has. Certainly one of the three most acclaimed and accomplished. Because, yes, we heard from the Honourable Prime Minister how he would have established the Samuel Jackman Prescott Polytechnic, that very important institution, even more important today, sir, than it would have been then, would have been established under his tenure as Minister of Education, as well, of course, sir, as the Barbados Community College, as another avenue for our children at age 16, 17 to pursue tertiary education. Because at that time we didn't have, of course, all the sixth forms in secondary schools that we have now. They were just the sixth forms in the older secondary schools, the ones that, as the Honourable Prime Minister said, claim a history of 200 and 300 years. And I remember very clearly, don't mind it was in 1968, 69, sir, the turmoil on the establishment of the Barbados Community College. There was a strike, sir, by teachers of the older secondary schools in reaction to the establishment of the Barbados Community College. And that strike, if I recall, sir, lasted 18 days. I seem to remember that one of the issues was that the teachers at Barbados Community College were going to be paid more than the teachers at the older secondary schools, the Harrison College, Queen's Colleges, Commonwealth Lodge, sir. And those teachers felt that that was unfair. I believe that the argument of Sir Lloyd and the then Democratic Labour Party government was that BCC was going to have evening classes, and therefore teachers should be compensated in terms of their salary should reflect that. So the issue eventually was resolved, as well it had to be. So in fact, I remember, and in fact it was said at Sir Lloyd's funeral last week, I think by Professor Downs, that about 8 teachers from Commermere alone left Commermere and went to teach at Barbados Community College, primarily because of the higher salaries involved. But Sir Lloyd was steadfast, sir, and Barbados Community College, of course, stands as perhaps his main legacy in all his 30-plus years as a public servant of this country. As Minister of Education, sir, in his first tenure, the National Development Scholarship would also have been established as another means whereby students of Barbados on leaving secondary school and in their 20s could gain scholarships to go overseas to do specialist areas that were thought to be fundamental at the time to the national development of our country. Sir Lloyd also, as Minister of Education, would have piloted in this Parliament a new Education Act in 1975. And that, of course, is, again, an issue that reflects the current day situation, as the Honourable Member for St. Philip West looks to educational reform, and no doubt the enactment of a new Educational Act sometime, hopefully in the near future, that would reflect our situation where no child should be left behind in terms of education and development in this country, including, of course, those children with special needs. Sir Lloyd, as Minister, would also have expanded the school meals program throughout public primary schools and established the Caribbean Examination Council with its headquarters in Barbados, where it remains. Sir, I first recall meeting Sir Lloyd in his capacity as Minister of Education when, in 1972, I was awarded a prize after first year, academic prize, sir, at Harrison College. He would have delivered the feature address at that speech day in 1972. And then after that speech day, sir, my father invited him to our house, to our home. And we took a couple photos together, sir. I'm sure if I go to my mum's house, my father, of course, now deceased, I would be able to locate those pictures. A couple pictures with me holding my award. I can't remember if he actually presented it to me, but certainly he was the feature speaker at that speech day. And so that is, as has been said by the Honourable Prime Minister today, and I think the Honourable Senior Minister for St. James Central, that is what is good and exemplary about Barbados politics. Because here it is, two people, my father, as I've said before, I don't know any stronger Barbados Labour Party member or supporter than my father. He could have been as strong as, but not stronger. And the Minister of Education from the other side coming to my home after speech day and having some drinks. As strong as your father drank, as strong as, not stronger. Honourable Member for Christ, St. George South, sorry, sir. The fact is, Sir Lloyd was at the centre of the two largest victories of the Democratic Labour Party, their victory in 1971, sir, where they won 18 out of 24 seats, 75% of the seats, and of course 1986, the 24-3, sir. And I'm sure he played a pivotal role in both of those victories, because he came in, sir, and let's speak towards lessons learned in politics from the life of Sir Lloyd, sir. He served early in his political career as General Secretary of the Democratic Labour Party. I think it was in 1967, the year he became Minister of Education. He, shortly after the 1971 election, served as Vice President of the party, I think until 1975, where he in fact served then as President of the Democratic Labour Party. And that shows that if you are interested in reaching the top of political leadership, you have to serve at the grassroots level of your political party, sir. You don't just rise to the top. You have to come and do the hard work, the groundwork within your party. And Sir Lloyd did that, sir. And that's perhaps one of the reasons why he was chosen as Prime Minister of Barbados on the death of the Right Excellent Errol Barrow, rather than his rival, sir, for the position, namely Sir Richard Haynes, the late Sir Richard Haynes, who was his contemporary at Harrison College. Obviously very good friends, sir, because I believe they were godfathers of each other's sons. Unfortunately, sir, politics divides some people, and divided the two of them when Sir Richard left the Democratic Labour Party. But Sir Lloyd had done his worth and made his contribution at the party level, and obviously gained tremendous respect for that, for doing so, sir. I was impressed, sir, by what his son Garth said in the interview. I think both children, Sir Garth and Inga, that Sir Lloyd used to ensure that he was home at 6 o'clock every evening, and that they had dinner together as a family, sir. And I could understand that, sir, because that is what used to happen in my parents' household too. We used to sit down and have breakfast together, dinner together. Keeps a family together. And even though he was a minister of government, sir, he still felt it important to be with his family in the evening, having supper together. Sir Lloyd then, sir, of course, went into opposition in 1976. He was deputy leader of the Democratic Labour Party in Parliament, sir, and the Honourable Prime Minister again spoke about the relationships again across the aisle, sir. His relationship with the late Right Honourable Tom Adams, sir. And that is correct, sir. She said that only the Honourable member of St. Michael East may have known about that. But I followed politics from the time I was 11, sir. I remember a time Sir Lloyd voted, in fact, with the Barbados Labour Party government, I believe it was about 1981-82, for an increase in parliamentary salaries. So Sir Lloyd understood that you had to give parliamentarians their due, and even though the rest of his parliamentary colleagues voted against it, even though I'm sure, sir, that they would have liked to take the increase and would have been glad that the increase was passed, Sir Lloyd, on principle, said we need more than this. In fact, the late Right Honourable Tom Adams, sir, was the one who said that ministers' salary must be higher than their permanent secretary salaries, because under the regime of the Right Excellent Errol Barrow, between up to 1976, in fact, permanent secretaries used to make more than the ministers. Tom Adams said, well, that can't be right. Ministers should make more than the permanent secretaries. So whenever the permanent secretaries and public officers' salaries were increased, the ministers' salaries were increased by the same percentage. And that is what is up today. And Sir Lloyd agreed with that on principle, in spite of the protestations, as false as they may have been, of his parliamentary colleagues. And you have to respect a man for that, sir, that he took principle and integrity more than anything else. And that transcended his whole career, sir. And there are few politicians, sir, that retire from politics or end their political careers after over 30 years in politics, sir, with their integrity fully intact, sir. Sir Lloyd is one. You can't mark any corrupt practice against him, sir. And in saying that, you recall the last Democratic Labour Party government, sir, where corrupt practices after corrupt practices were carried out. And it must have disturbed Sir Lloyd that is what his party had come to. As Prime Minister of Barbados, sir, after 1987, between 1987 and 1994, he, of course, Sir Lloyd had the opportunity to be chairman of CARICOM, 1993-94. And so we have to speak a bit about this, because this is the 50th anniversary this month of the establishment of CARICOM. And as has been said, sir, there's been no political divide on closer Caribbean integration, the need for it across our political lines. The Right Excellent Errol Barrow, together with Forrest Burnham of Guyana and Veerbird of Senior of Antigua, the 3 Bs is what they used to call it, would have formed CARIFTA, I think in 1967. And then from there, of course, we had the establishment of CARICOM 6 years after in 1973, with again the Right Excellent Errol Barrow and Forrest Burnham again, Michael Manley of Jamaica, Dr. Eric Williams of Trinidad, sir. A significant step. Of course, we still had only a few countries in the Caribbean region as independent countries. So, of course, 11 other countries joined later on after they became independent and sovereign states. But Sir Lloyd, of course, would have played a greater role in CARICOM after he became Prime Minister. And we heard about his ideas to establish an association of Caribbean states in the early 1990s, which never really took off the ground, and his idea of a Caribbean Assembly of Parliamentarians, which the Honourable Member for St. James Central just spoke about. And I totally identify with that, sir, because as Barbados' current representative now to the ACP EU Parliamentary Assembly, that issue came up only last month when we met among the Caribbean representatives, that Africa, for example, has an African Union and a parliament in Ethiopia, headquarters in Ethiopia. And we, as a smaller region, less states, don't have an assembly, a Caribbean Assembly of Parliamentarians. The Cotonou Agreement has now been agreed, post-Cotonou, sorry, to be signed just 3 days ago during the Brussels meeting of CELAC and the EU that the Honourable Prime Minister spoke about during her intervention today, her presentation, when she led this debate this afternoon. And now the African Caribbean Pacific is in fact going to be divided into regions for this purpose. A good thing and a bad thing, but it will give the Caribbean countries the opportunity now to meet regionally among ourselves, sir, I would hope more, but also with the European Union, which wasn't done before. Sir Lloyd has to be given tremendous credit for the Grand Dance Declaration, sir, as we heard in 1989, and for the time of action plan that we heard of. And it is pleasing, sir, as we congratulate CARICOM for its 50 years, half a century, this month, that we must commend the heads of government last month for taking the decision to have full freedom of movement for work and otherwise throughout our CARICOM region, sir. Something that should have come, something that I'm sure that Sir Lloyd would have agreed to, would have felt should be established, but the time wasn't there yet. And so I must say, I've never said it before, it's regrettable that it took Barbados as a defendant in the Shanit Mairi case for the region to understand that under the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas, there's right of entry for CARICOM citizens for 6 months, unless, of course, it is a national security, and it can't be just a whim and caprice. It has to be a national security reason based on solid grounds to prevent a CARICOM citizen entering another CARICOM country. So we look forward, quite honestly, I do, to March the 31st. That is the time frame set where we have full freedom of movement among our people. Because we had, sir, in 2007 World Cup, where the final, of course, was held in Barbados, and the Honourable Prime Minister was lead for Barbados on the protocols and the details of the World Cup and how we would correlate it among our Caribbean countries. And we had a situation then where entry into, let's say, Barbados for the World Cup was entry into all the other CARICOM islands, just like how you enter one European country now and you enter all the others. And then, rather than go forward with it, sir, we stepped back. Of course, there was a change in regime a few months after that in Barbados, where we had a Prime Minister, sir, saying, ever so welcome, wait for a call. I regard that, sir, as one of the, quite honestly, most ugly days of our Barbadian history, especially within our CARICOM relations, sir. I'm being set aside by the Honourable Minister, the Honourable Member for St. Thomas. I won't say that, or Honourable Member. I would say that the fact was that he himself was not born in Barbados, was not even born anywhere in the Caribbean, but in England, sir, and came here when he was 9. So I really couldn't understand that stand which was taken by that late Prime Minister and by the Democratic Labour Party at the time. Sir Lloyd evinced leadership skills from the time he was young. He was deputy head boy of Harrison College. He was cricket captain of the Harrison College team, sir. And sir, he was famous in terms of cricket, if for nothing else, for having scored 100 for Harrison College in a first division match, but then scoring 4 zeros, sir. I heard it was 6 zeros right after that, but I believe it was 4 zeros, sir. But he scored 100 as a schoolboy in our first division cricket, and that was when our cricket, sir, as you know, was predominant and primary and top of the world, sir. He was president of the Guild of Undergraduates of Mona University in his second year as a student there. He was president of the Guild of Graduates of the University of the West Indies after he came back to Barbados. At the University of Manchester, sir, he was president of the West Indies Student Association. And therefore, here was an individual whose leadership qualities and his commitment to serve at the highest level and desire to serve and determination to serve was evident from early in his career. And you know, there are some people who you say are born leaders, and I would want to say that he was certainly one. Within the Democratic Labour Party, sir, I understand he was a founding member of their Academy of Politics, which was an institution now essentially non-functional, but which would have helped educate their members and help keep that party in office during the time it was on its toes. Additionally, sir, to being Minister of Education, he was also Minister of Youth Affairs and Community Development and Sport, as well as Health and Welfare and Culture, each of those for short periods of time. Sir Lloyd, as I said, sir, was my constituent. And I remember the first time I visited his house in the lead up to the 2013 elections, sir. It was an evening. I paid him the respect, sir, as well. It was incumbent on me to do, sir, to call him and say, Sir Lloyd, I'm coming to see you. I would like to come and see you, sir. I'm going to be canvassing in your area this afternoon, sir. I was with, and I'm saying it in positive light, my then chief canvasser, sir, Tattoo, one of the best canvassers in Barbados, sir, real name Grenville Sandyford, sir, who I believe is a distant relative of Sir Lloyd. And we said we're making this the last stop because we know Sir Lloyd can keep us there talking for about an hour, sir. One of the techniques of a politician, sir, my father taught me early o'clock is your opponents, sir, when they come to your house, you keep them there long so that they can't go to some other house that afternoon now and canvass. So that was the last stop, sir. And I remember staying there till about 8 o'clock. We had a tremendous chat, sir. I don't think Sir Lloyd realized who my parents were, sir. You know, as I said, his contemporaries at university. And we had a tremendous chat on politics, on education, sir, on society, sir. His wife was a gracious host. We had a couple drinks, sir. And therein my relationship with Sir Lloyd as a constituent, sir, and not only as a constituent, but someone who I certainly respected and who I believe respected me too, sir, came. And every birthday, I would call him, as I called all my constituents. So I would have last spoken to him on his birthday, March 24th this year, sir. And I would have visited his house on another occasion, I think, yeah, leading up to somewhere between 2013 and 2018, sir, and his daughter Inga reminded me of that occasion when I gave, of course, my sympathy to her last Friday because she was present in the house at that time. Sir Lloyd also has to take tremendous credit, as the Honourable Prime Minister said, for the establishment of the social partnership in the early 1990s, at a period of tremendous difficulty in terms of Barbados' economy and society. And his foresight in establishing that is shown even today, where labour, business and government can come together, common platform, and speak and iron out their differences. We know again that he must have been very disappointed in his party in its last term of office, where the social partnership hardly met. The Honourable Member for St. George North could speak to that, sir. But there were months that the social partnership never met, even though they had burning issues, sir.
The Honourable Member has 2 more minutes.
Thank you, sir. But I will wrap up, sir, by speaking about the office of Prime Minister, sir. And what I believe, sir, should be the privileges of that office or that of the individual, sir. Not to the individual, to the office when the person is no longer Prime Minister, sir. And this is one of the few things I believe we should learn from the American system. I don't like the American system, sir. Like the truth, political system in chaos, sir. But I admire that, sir, that you're a former president, you get the respect. I was disturbed, sir, when Sir Lloyd was no longer Prime Minister, and you heard that he had written a letter calling for certain courtesies, sir, and his requests seem to be taken in ridicule. I strongly believe, sir, an individual, as I said, very few persons will serve as Prime Minister in this country, of those who seek political office, and the office has to be respected. One day, there will be one day when none of us in here will be parliamentarians, if we live so long. And I believe that a former Prime Minister should be given a member of staff, personal assistant, who could help him write, or her, their publications, their books. Sir Lloyd published a lot of books, sir, and papers, sir. But it's not really known in Barbados. He wrote on politics, society, education, structural adjustment, business, government, all of that, sir. But very few persons know that. Should be given a scribe, and should have an official car for all functions. You used to hear about Sir Lloyd going to a funeral after he was no longer Prime Minister and driving about looking for a car spot. That should not happen, sir. That should not happen. Lady Angelica called me a morning when I was, sorry, Angelita, sir. Lady Angelita called me a morning when I was Minister of Home Affairs and said that she and Sir Lloyd were about to travel the next day to go to a funeral of one of her relatives, sir, and if they could have an official car come for them at their home, sir. Should not have to call a Minister of Home Affairs for that purpose. I said, Lady Sandyford, that will be done. I immediately made a phone call. I would not say to who. And within 10 minutes, I got back a return phone call that Lady Sandyford had been called and informed that a police vehicle will be collecting her and Sir Lloyd next morning. And of course, VIP treatment through the way. That should be done. So that happens in some other Caribbean countries. I'm aware in Antigua, for instance, it happens where former prime ministers are given, in fact, more than one member of staff for that kind of purpose, sir. I wish to give thanks, sir, on behalf of the people of St. James North to Sir Lloyd's family, his wife and lifelong partner, Lady Sandyford, sir, and his children for sacrificing their husband and father to the people of Barbados for over 3 decades, sir. Must have had a tremendous effect on their family. Of course, as I said, Garth and Inga have spoken about how he still tried to be with his family as much as possible, but it takes a toll. And of course, the things that you hear about your father, you know, on the street about how bad he is, how wicked, etc., and all of that. So it has to take a toll on you, sir. And, what happened in 1994, June 7th, the no confidence debate, sir, where the special majority for Sir Lloyd to resign did not take place, and that has to be known. Sir Lloyd did not resign as Prime Minister, but he felt that having lost the confidence of, it was four members of his party plus the independent senator, Sir Leroy, who had won his seat as a member of the Democratic Labour Party, sir, and having lost by simple majority the no confidence debate, that the proper thing to do was for him to step down as president of his party, to call an election, and to let the people decide on their fate. It must have hurt him badly, sir, that he was, in his opinion, sir, betrayed by 4 members of his own caucus, sir. That is the nature, sir. And the Honourable Senior Minister, member for St. James Central, spoke about his disappointment that you have not seen the sufficiency of tributes coming from the Democratic Labour Party and its lifelong members and senior members on Sir Lloyd's death as one would have thought, sir, and he is correct in that instance.
I remember.
Yes, sir. But I dare say that one of the reasons for that is because of what happened in 1994. They'll probably hold it against him. It served as an opportunity for the Barbados Labour Party to come back into office, sir. Therefore, on behalf, sir, also of on behalf of my family, sir, my mum, who, as I said, was a contemporary of Sir Lloyd, and my wife, who would have had an association with Lady Sandyford at Barbados Community College, where Lady Sandyford was deputy head of the college on her retirement, give tremendous sympathy to his family and thank them for letting their husband and father serve Barbados for so long in the manner he did. I thank you, sir.
Honourable for Sir Michael Sophis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me first of all to recognize the presence of Sir Lloyd Erskine Sandiford's children, both Inga and Garth, and Inga's husband as well, who are here with us. I believe Lady Sandiford will no doubt be listening attentively to the tributes that are flowing this afternoon in memory of Sir Lloyd Erskine Sandiford. And I would just want again to express deepest condolences to the entire family, and certainly to all of the persons who had a close association with Sir Lloyd prior to his passing. The 7th of June 1994, sir, and I start there, perhaps on the heels of the last speaker, particularly because I realize that many of the other speakers have not spoken to the issue of the no confidence motion. And perhaps that, for me, when I certainly heard the news of Sir Lloyd's passing, was something that came back very rapidly in my memory as to that particular day. I say that, sir, because the name Sir Lloyd Erskine Sandiford and the no confidence motion and my father, Dila Bradshaw, have been inextricably linked for as long as I can remember. I was 18 years at the time. I was a student of the Barbados Community College. I was pursuing law, history, and politics at the time. And the no confidence motion is one of those periods in our political history that will forever stand out, certainly in my mind. There are people who will commentate on it from the outside. There are people who will be historians and journalists who will give different perspectives about it. But as the child of a politician who was at the center of that particular day, which I think for Sir Lloyd was probably the longest day of his life, the debate in this House, sir, lasted some 9 hours. There was a lot of discussion regarding who was coming back to vote, who was voting on his side, whether he had the support from certainly what he considered, I'm sure, to be some of his friends at the time, and also from whether the persons who had already declared, I will have to say, war on him, where they stood in terms of this very significant vote on that particular day. Where it involved me personally, and certainly by extension my father, was that at the time, sir, Dila Bradshaw was requiring medical treatment in Antigua. And I'm going to take my time to explain for the benefit, certainly, of the younger members of this House, because the record must reflect that there is another perspective that must also be put on Sir Lloyd's life, but also on what I consider to be that very significant moment in the history of this Parliament as well. The issue of why the no confidence motion was brought, I think, is well known to persons. There was concern amongst the party members as it related to Sir Lloyd's style of leadership. He had insisted on a particular individual being the CEO of the Barbados Tourism Authority at the time. That obviously evoked the ire of a number of the cabinet ministers, in particular the ministers responsible for tourism. And he stuck his ground in terms of his belief that that person was best suited for the position. They perhaps felt that the board, by law, ought to be the one who made the recommendation, and in turn that recommendation would then go to the minister, and that Sir Lloyd at the time should not be seen as interfering in the affairs of the ministry. It led, sir, to what I consider an opportunity for the then Barbados Labour Party administration. I say opportunity very carefully because there were a number of cascading events that led to the no confidence motion. And I think that the administration at the time, the Labour Party administration, took the opportunity to capitalize on that moment. They took the opportunity because there had been all of this dissent in the Democratic Labour Party. But obviously, by bringing a no confidence motion against the leader of the party, it certainly meant that all focus and attention was on him. And those persons who had had issues with him had to make a choice as it relates to whether he would continue in the leadership position. The no confidence motion was not against the then Democratic Labour Party administration, and I think this is the point that must hit home for everybody. It was against Sir Lloyd in his personal capacity. I recall Sir Lloyd at the end of the debate making it very clear that he felt that history would be kinder to him than the histrionics and the polemics which his opponents would have brought to bear on the issue of the no confidence motion. And I think just by the tributes that I have heard, certainly in this chamber and certainly in other circles, sir, perhaps we could say that he was visionary. Perhaps we could say that he had an eye for what was likely to happen in the future as it relates to that particular period of his life. Sir Lloyd made statements to the effect that, you know, he had never been placed in this position where he had been brought under ridicule. He had not been placed in a position where his character was assassinated. He had never been placed in a position where he had to feel as though he had to defend his honor. But on that particular day, he was made to feel in this place, sir, that he had committed one of the most heinous crimes. And so as I reflect now as a sitting member of cabinet, where in some cases there is, I won't say prime ministerial interference, but sometimes there's a preference by a prime minister for things that the prime minister may want, sir. I asked myself what perhaps was so wrong with what Sir Lloyd may have expressed that he wanted. Because successive administrations and successive prime ministers have often indicated, if we tell the truth, they have often indicated the preference that they have wanted for particular positions. But an entire case was built against Sir Lloyd Erskine-Sandiford on the basis that he was in some way a dictator, that he was acting as though he was, you know, a prime minister that had no regard for his cabinet, that had no regard for his ministers. And as a consequence, I think the Labour Party at the time, the Barbados Labour Party, saw that as an opportunity to be able to bring a case by way of the no confidence motion against him personally, to be able to invite persons to vote against him, sir. It was obviously a time where, because of the dissenting views in the party, that, again, this opportunity being seized at this time would have meant that if the vote went against Sir Lloyd, it could go either way. It could either bring down the entire government, or it could choose Sir Lloyd could choose to resign from office. Sir Lloyd chose, in defiance, I would say, of everybody, not to resign at the time, but instead to call the election. But on that particular day, what actually happened in this country is that, as I said, the entire thing hinged on who was going to vote. And my father was undergoing a surgery, laser treatment in Antigua. His vote was going to be a critical vote if he was able to make it to this house. But unfortunately, he couldn't because the nature of the treatment was such that he had to remain in Antigua and he could not get back here to Barbados. That, sir, however, led to not just the public discourse that took place and the aggression that took place thereafter being such that, you know, you felt as though as a family you were being blamed for not being able to bring down Lloyd Erskine Sandiford at the time. That is how it felt, sir. Sir, it felt as though there was a country that was not appreciating that sometimes there are medical issues that require individuals to be absent from the House of Assembly. I certainly have experienced it. I was away for almost a year because of the treatment that I had to undergo, sir. And I perhaps have been more aware over the past few years of the fact that in public life sometimes there is a harsher burden that is thrust on us as politicians than sometimes obtains to the average person as they go about their business. But that was something that at the time when I was doing my A-levels, you know, I was about to sit the exams. The phone was ringing constantly. Persons were, you know, saying they're gonna blow up the house. They were gonna do all kinds of things to the family. I was there only with my sister because my mother was in Antigua with my father. During that period, however, though, Sir Lloyd kept in contact with my dad. And why? Because not because he wanted him to come back to vote or that he wanted him to stay away from voting, but because they had cultivated a relationship prior to that day which had nothing to do with partisan politics. It was one which they would sit downstairs in the dining room and engage in conversations with other persons across the political divide, sir. It was one in which they would have, and I am not at liberty to repeat any of the conversations that they have shared, and I'm sure the children may be well aware of those conversations, but I am not at liberty to disclose that, sir. But the type of person that Sir Lloyd was one that did not allow the partisan politics to get in the way. He would still pick up the phone and check to see how Delilah's health was doing. Despite what had happened on that particular day on the 7th of June of 1994, it didn't stop him from appreciating and recognizing that here was a man who had not been able to come and vote, that even his own party at the time, sir, felt as though they were disappointed because of the way the events had unfolded. And sir, I think it is important for the country to understand what families go through in public life, particularly when events of this nature become so public. You are already in the public space. But when things like this happen, families, in particular young children, sir, have to deal with the aggression and the anger of a public that may not be fully apprised of all of the facts. They have to deal with people who say some of the hardest and the harshest things, sir. Let me tell you, sir, that it has never stopped me, regardless of the internal issues within the Labour Party at the time towards my father. He took his own decision as it related to that period, but it has never stopped me in terms of my philosophy as it relates to the Barbados Labour Party. In fact, perhaps it has strengthened my position as it relates to my ability to serve in this particular place and for this administration. But one of the things that period also taught me was about the friendships that you develop across the table, across the political divide, sir. Because we have a way often of feeling that because we sit on different sides, that we can't help somebody, or that we can't engage with somebody, or that everything we do must surround being a Barbados Labour Party member or a Democratic Labour Party member, sir. And I think what I took away from Sir Lloyd's life was that it did not really matter whether the person was Democratic Labour Party or whether there was a Barbados Labour Party. What he was about dealing with people, was about giving of service to people. It is why the member for St. Michael South can speak so glowingly about the people in the constituency of St. Michael South who would have encountered him. Because a lot of the things that we do as politicians is not only for the benefit of one group of persons. Sometimes the policies that we implement impact on other people, sir. And I would want that some of the things that we take away from that particular period of Sir Lloyd's life is the fact that he never expressed bitterness towards the persons who had voted against him. He never once came and lashed out against the party. He expressed his disappointment, He said he was, you know, obviously disappointed by what had transpired. He wanted to clear his name based on the allegations that had been made within the resolution. But he never once was bitter towards any of the persons who would have participated in that exercise. In fact, later he came to accept the highest honor of the land from the then Prime Minister Oenatha. So it was clear that he did not hold a grudge against the Barbados Labour Party. He accepted that he had made a contribution in this country, regardless of what had been said, and he was therefore willing to accept that having made that contribution, that he could be recognized by the very same party that had been on the forefront of causing his demise at that particular time, sir. That is the bigness of the man, sir, that you can forgive and forget and move on and still be able to look people in the face because you know at the end of the day that you came to public life to serve and you gave your all in order to be able to give service to the country, sir. But, sir, it also causes us as politicians to remember the families, and I will keep saying it because in every tribute that I have given, I can speak from a different perspective than most others in this space because I understand firsthand the impact that sometimes our words, which are sometimes meant to lash out and to make a very strong point, how they can impact not just on the person that across the floor that you're trying to lash out on, but it also impacts on the families, the children. There are many children of politicians, and I keep saying it, who do not wish to go anywhere near the political arena. I am sure Sir Lloyd's children are no different. They may help in various ways because that is how they were raised. But will they step into the political arena, sir? It is highly unlikely because of what they saw their father go through and those around him within the political sphere. It is something, sir, that concerns me because at the end of the day, we're hoping that we can attract the best and the brightest of the minds in this country to public life. And I am of the view that sometimes the children of politicians have a different perspective because of what they have seen. But the truth of the matter is many of them are not wanting to go anywhere near it because of what they have seen their parents go through. Many of us go through this stage where you are seen as your father's daughter or your mother's daughter or son. And you have to define yourself in a particular way in your own right so that you are not always associated to them and to their legacy, sir. That is what happens. And I think that while we are, you know, wanting to make our cases and wanting to stand out in public life, we have to bear in mind that we are also sometimes impacting the lives of family members as well. And I'll just say, sir, I remember just a few weeks ago there was a young lady, and I think it was quite unfortunate as well, a member of the Democratic Labour Party, who was vying for a position in the party. And clearly it didn't come from this side, certainly it came from within the persons who were contesting the seat. But I felt it as a female, I felt it as a woman in public life. I felt for her because the ridicule that was then placed on her, the memes and stuff that were done, justified or not, sir, says to me that when people put themselves forward to serve, especially women, it makes it even harder for them when people come in that way and lash out against them. And I hope that people like her and others are not turned off by entering public life if they have a desire to be able to serve, because being in this position is not an easy position if you make that decision that you want to engage in public life. And I think we have to look at the examples of leaders like Sir Lloyd in terms of how he carried himself, how he commanded attention from others, how he worked with others. Obviously, in terms of his legacy, he left a legacy that, as you've heard throughout the course of the other speeches, whether it is in relation to CARICOM and regional integration, whether it is in relation to the Barbados Community College, of which, let me just say for the record, I agree with the Honourable Prime Minister that this is not an issue simply of a call for a renaming of an institution. It is a reflection on us as a society, and particularly as a new republic. If we do not take the time now to be able to look at all of those who have gone before, And all those who are maybe still alive, whose names have not been etched in history by whether it is a building, a road, or anything else, sir, we need to make sure that we are able to identify those persons and to be able to make the appropriate gesture in terms of doing the right thing as it relates to, naming things after them, sir. It should not take a call from the child of a politician to make the call, but I respect it and I understand it because you appreciate, as the child of a politician and as a great leader, the contribution that your father has made. And you want that a country which he has given of service to acknowledges the contribution that has been made. And I can say to you that I think the Cabinet of Barbados is in support of doing the right thing at the appropriate time. And that is to the Barbados Labour Party's credit as well. We get it, that there are things now that we must do to enable those persons who have contributed to be recognized. No one should have to call for it. It should be something that is automatic because we accept the contribution. And it shouldn't be something that has to be called upon after the person has passed. There are many people who are still alive whose names are nowhere to be seen, sir. And we need to make those things, we need to correct those things while persons are living, so that they too can appreciate the acknowledgement that we have given to them for their contribution to Barbados. Now, the Honourable Member for St. Michael South made some comments regarding my early days. What he didn't say is that himself and myself and the Honourable Leader of the Senate were members of a newspaper at the time called the Hot Young People's Edition, Hype newspaper. It was the first newspaper of its kind in the country, and it was one which, as a young teenager, we had the opportunity to express ourselves about the affairs of the day, the political landscape. It certainly gave me an opportunity to vent as a young person about things that I did not agree with. I will be the first to say to this chamber, I felt at the time, and I wrote very strongly about it, that I felt that the Sherburne Centre was a white elephant. I wrote it. I've grown up in a Barbados Labour Party household. I have come out of a political family, sir. As most other people who commentated in the time, that was my feeling. As the member for St. Michael South has said, you know, with time, you start to realize that sometimes there are persons who have a bigger vision that sometimes we cannot see, because we may not be privy to all of what they are privy to or what they may have for the country. I'm sure that even with Prime Minister Motley, member for St. Michael Northeast, a similar thing is taking place where there are things which she shares in terms of the vision, but in many cases, there are people who cannot understand or conceptualize where she wants Barbados to go, sir. And because of that, they will be critical. Why do you want to build this? Why do you want to do that? Why do you want to construct these things? Why do you want to make Barbados a country where it excels in every area? Why do you want to do these things, sir? And I think that we have to appreciate that sometimes when we're not armed with all of the information or we cannot see where others are seeing, that perhaps sometimes we are critical. But I will have to apologize, sir, because I now have been the beneficiary of having to be at the Lloyd Erskine Sandiford Center for many conferences. It was initially obviously to be an examination center, and clearly Sir Lloyd saw the opportunities that were there. We have since turned it into a facility which is multi-purpose, where it has been an a venue. It has also been utilized now by Ross University. So we have taken it, and despite the early criticisms by the then Barbados Labour Party administration, we have taken that and we have transformed it into other things. But the fact remains that had it not been for Sir Lloyd's vision at the time to erect the structure, we would not be able to even have this conversation today about what his vision was for the country as well. As it relates to the Barbados Community College, again, I think that his legacy in education is a strong one, and one that is to be respected. Certainly as a former Minister of Education, I've recognized all of the former ministers of education, because having sat in that position, I know it is not an easy position. But I think he will be remembered for his contribution, certainly for the Barbados Community College, and certainly for his role in relation to the primary and certainly the build out of the secondary school, sir. And again, we can see the continuation of legacy by successive administrations. Because one administration or one person builds something, sir, it doesn't mean that we forget that as the foundation, but instead what we must do is try to build on it and improve on it. I think that is what Prime Minister was highlighting earlier, that it is a continuation of legacy that we are all responsible for. I don't think people even appreciated that Sir Lloyd was as big an environmentalist and big in climate change as has been discovered over the course of the last few weeks. But the reality is that we have now come, as a result of his passing, to better appreciate his perspective, and that things like the same Sherburne Center, which is now Sir Lloyd Erskine Sandiford Center, as well as his perspective on these types of things in terms of climate change and what a small island developing state needed to do in terms of the global community, we can now better appreciate that he perhaps also had the vision from the early stages, and for that he ought to be respected. For me, sir, the question though is, Sir Lloyd has written extensively. I firmly believe that we must find opportunities for our former parliamentarians, and in particular our prime ministers, to have a record and an accurate record of their life history, but also their political history. And the fact that he has done what I think very few in political life, certainly I think there are not many others who have documented their life or have given perspectives on whether it's social issues or economic issues in this country, sir. I think a greater effort needs to be made now to sit down and to be able to carve out a space for these individuals to be able to document their past and their perspectives on Barbados then and Barbados now. I have benefited from my father being alive. For me, he is the greatest recipient of knowledge when it comes to politics and also to history, sir. That is not the benefit of others, because they may not have somebody to turn to who knows every date and every event that has taken place in the Parliament of Barbados and in the political landscape. I may not have him around for much longer because he's 82, and that's the reality. But what I take away from what he has left for me is certainly he has written. He's written extensively about not only the no confidence motion, but other parts of political history and certainly his life. And I would encourage others to find a way to do the same. I know it is not easy to do it when you are in office, but the truth of the matter is we must find a way to document these things, sir, because they are important. And as we have now read into the record, the poetry of Sir Lloyd, we must find a way through the University of the West Indies to be able to utilize some of these essays that persons have written, the books that they've written, to integrate that into the existing curriculum so that our young people are connected with their history. If we have to not just move it from the written, but to the visual, because as you know, a lot of our young people are more visual learners than they are sometimes, you know, to pick up a book, then that is what we must do. But what we cannot do is allow a history and a life to be lost because we have not taken the time to be able to capture the information that is necessary to do so. Sir, I would want to take this opportunity to thank Sir Lloyd through his family, certainly for the work that he has given to this country, to the service that he has given to the country, to remind the members of this chambers that we do this for a time, and when that time has ended, you have to go back and you have to live and work amongst the people of this country. Therefore, you have to make sure that what you do here is impactful, that you can make a difference, because there are many people who leave this chamber and are not able to go and integrate back into society, sir. I feel that I'm confident that there are many in this chamber who want to be able to not just give of service to country, but they want to do it for a long time, sir. but that requires us to be very clinical in the things that we do here in terms of passing laws and to make the impact that is obviously necessary. I will lastly say, sir, that I too marched against the 8%. All the confessions coming out today. I was again at the side of my father during the 8% walk, and again, did not support some of the things that were done at the time, but in hindsight, clearly it was the beginning of a transformation that I think we needed to make as a country in terms of difficult decisions that have to be made. Nobody likes to make difficult decisions. I've been in this chamber on the opposite side when a then Democratic Labour Party administration had to send home 3,000 people. I know that it is not easy to make those decisions when you have to restructure. And perhaps there may come a time that the Barbados Labour Party may have to make difficult decisions. That is par for the course, sir. But I think we have to be honest with people about where we are in terms of our economy, in terms of the decisions, the hard decisions that we have to make in order to preserve our society as well, sir, and to ensure that the legacy of those who have helped to build this nation is not lost because of partisan politics over the course of time. Sir, again, my condolences to the family, and again, I keep you in my prayers, and I hope that Sir Lloyd's memory continues to be with you and to lift you up in times of sorrow as well. Thank you.
Honourable Member for St. George North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very conscious of the hour, but it would be remiss of me if I didn't add my voice in tribute to the memory of Sir Lloyd. And of course, I know that my youthfulness might give me away because the capacity or the context in which I speak, one would understand very easily that I am relying on references from those who could speak of the things that I would make mention of here today. I speak, first of all, recognizing that on the 20th of September 1974, Sir Lloyd, who was then Minister of Education, had the distinct honor of cutting the ribbon to and declaring open the Barbados Workers' Union Labour College, now the Frank Walcott Labour College, which remains the residential and educational arm of the Barbados Workers' Union. That occasion was marked by the presence of many distinguished visitors, not only from the country and regionally, but from around the world. And one of those of note was former President of Zambia, Dr. Kenneth Kwanda. The occasion of the college's opening wasn't just one which was observed with just the ribbon cutting ceremony and a few hours, but in fact, for the occasion of the opening, there was a special one-week session, training session that was coordinated for 5th and 6th form students in Barbados. And 5th and 6th form students back in 1974, one would recognize would largely be those who were about to go into the world of work. So it was very deliberate, and I mention it because that particular one-week training session, which saw on a daily basis students from the schools being shuttled from headquarters up to the Labour College, Union headquarters up to the Labour College. That session was coordinated by George Lamin, the late George Lamin, and supported by Sir Lloyd, because indeed it was Sir Lloyd's idea that that should form part of the opening. Beyond supporting his parliamentary colleague, the late Evelyn Graves, who was the first head of the Union's Labour College, Sir Lloyd's participation to this extent in insisting that the young people, those who were entering the world of work, should understand, have an appreciation of the union's role in the socio and economic development of the country. His participation went beyond supporting a party colleague or parliamentary colleague, but it really spoke to his views on education, his commitment to education across all levels, including worker education, and regarding it as a pathway to the attainment of national development, as we've heard, enhanced productivity and economic and social stability. In fact, I'm told that even before the Labor College was opened officially in 1974, that Sir Lloyd frequently participated in the summer school sessions that would be convened at the Codrington College and later at the Unions Building, Union House on Robert Street. I'm told further that so exciting were the contributions by Sir Lloyd and others that at the sessions, particularly those in Unity House, there was standing room only. And in fact, people were even standing on the steps just to listen and get some insights from the many speakers that would be participating. With his background in political science, he used the occasions to impart his knowledge, and more so significant to the Barbados Workers Union, he used it to identify with the Barbados Workers Union and its program, which has been hailed not only at the local level, but regionally and indeed across the hemisphere as one at which practitioners could treat easily with education and training concerning social and economic developments which were taking place in the world of work at the time, and how workers really could position themselves to maneuver and navigate the changes in a way that would improve their lot. As an educator, a senator, a minister, a deputy prime minister, and a prime minister, Erskine Sandiford was willing to associate with the Barbados Workers Union. And I make that point quite deliberately. He was willing to associate not only at the level of its leadership, but at the level of the rank and file, a characteristic that thankfully we see being observed by the current Prime Minister and some other ministers as well, which has caused me to be here in the House of Assembly, no doubt following in the path of the many esteemed other leaders of the Barbados Workers Union. As Prime Minister Sir Lloyd exercised his influence to ensure that the BWU maintained the level of support which was needed to see it through some of its very difficult moments. He enlisted the support of governmental colleagues who were also friends of the Barbados Workers Union to assist in managing through a number of the issues that had been troubling the union at the time. Recall is made of the late Sir Harold Blackman, who was also a former shop steward at the Cable and Wireless Division at that time, who was assigned to assist the union with its financial matters, and I mean assigned by Sir Lloyd to assist the union with its financial matters. The late Evelyn Graves, in his capacity as Minister of Trade, was assigned to find those solutions that would keep prices level within the country, competitive, but yet as affordable as possible to consumers. The late Sir Maurice King, in line with his former position as legal advisor to the Barbados Workers Union, he was assigned, alongside my predecessor, Sir Roy Trotman, where they co-chaired a foreign exchange committee which was directed towards ensuring measures by which a foreign exchange base could secure the economy of Barbados and how that could be established. And of course, then I'm told of the Deputy Prime Minister, former Deputy Prime Minister Sir Philip Graves, who as Deputy Prime Minister was assigned to chair the very grueling marathon sessions between government, employers, and the unions that sought to bring back confidence and goodwill to a country after some 28,000, as the union would recall it, 40,000 people were on the streets prepared to march against the strictures of the IMF back in 1992. And I'm sure the Honourable Member for St. Peter can identify with how grueling those sessions can be when you're dealing with bringing together employers and unions into a room and trying to get consensus in a particular direction. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that during Sir Lloyd's tenure as well, it would also be observed by anyone who was paying attention that as union people, we were not always able to agree with the late Prime Minister. From where I am able to assess, it appears to me to be what I would term a direct result of a communication breakdown. I'm assured by those who were able to speak to it that there was no denying that during his tenure, Sir Lloyd held one commitment very close to heart. One thing that he was highly committed to maintain, as we've heard from other speakers, is ensuring that we remain parity, the Barbados dollar remain parity with the US dollar. And to his credit, and to the credit of all successive leaders, we have been blessed in this country. And I repeat, we have been blessed that even where the Barbados dollar has been put under immense pressure, under immense strain, as a country, we have come through and have been able to preserve it. It is also necessary to acknowledge Sir Lloyd's tenure as Prime Minister, which saw, as we heard, the formation of the social partnership, a legacy of social partnership that has defined the Barbados political space as well for decades. He created that platform. He agreed to the creation of that platform among government employers and unions. And that's a tradition, I dare say, that we should endeavor to uphold across all political spectrums. In the crisis arising out of 1992, Prime Minister Sandiford was able to recognize the value of suggestions put to him by the labor movement and by the IMF director at the time, Michel Camdessus, that in crisis, the way forward could only be successfully achieved if government was willing to enter into meaningful social partnership with representatives of employers and labor. The coalition of trade unions, and I say the coalition of trade unions, not the Congress, the coalition of trade unions and staff associations, were therefore able to have Sir Lloyd as Prime Minister convene meetings with both the union and the private sector, where they observed the 10-point plan that had been put to the government in 1992 by the coalition. And they entered, that formed the genesis, or saw the genesis of the tripartite partnership, which has continued to serve this country well. Mr. Speaker, it should come as no surprise, therefore, that I would take the opportunity presented now, even in giving this tribute, to signal to Barbados, not only us here in this chamber, but to Barbados, that we can only do service to the memory of the late Sir Lloyd Erskine Sandiford and the late Sir John Stanley Goddard, who was head of the private sector of the time, and of course the unflagging and enduring efforts of my mentor and predecessor, Sir Roy Trotman, who is still living and working hard among us. We can only do tribute to their legacy if we continue to respect the tripartite space where we can hear each other, see each other, and deliver, and determine always to deliver and act in ways that would assure the sustainable development of this country. Keeping that as an objective, even where sometimes it causes us to depart from our own self-interest. In winding up this tribute, I feel led to share an observation. As I've followed many tributes memorializing Sir Lloyd over the past 3 weeks, As a leader myself, I could only reflect on the thought that in many respects, the life of a leader could be so different if only we felt that we could be comfortable enough to let people into our confidence, or if we felt the assurance that we could let people into our confidence. We now hear what we were not hearing then from the mouths of many, that he was responsible for saving the dollar. And as I said, so too have successive leaders. And all successive leaders, appreciated that he did that for this country. Many are now only saying it, not many of those leaders, but many in memorializing him. His leadership, no matter how different to that of other political leaders and other leaders, played a significant role in shaping our nation. As we remember him through tribute in this chamber today, I think that there's one lesson that stands out for all of us, is that as leaders, no matter what level we're called to lead, once we come into this space, it is our duty to put Barbados first, no matter what. It is our duty to put Barbados first, just as Sir Lloyd did, and to carry out his legacy and dedication in service. Today, to his family, I would want to have recorded this opportunity on behalf of the Executive Council of the Barbados Workers' Union, the people of St. George North, and the working people of Barbados and their families, to thank them for the sacrifice. Because in life, it is very safe to say, and we've heard it from the former Member of Parliament, that our families often carry a burden whose share is not observed and is often underappreciated at best or unappreciated at worst. So again, we say to his family, thank you for allowing him to do all that he has done for this country. Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged.
Honourable Member for St. Peter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I shall not detain the House very long, but I thought it necessary to share just a few thoughts on the life and contribution of Sir Lloyd Erskine Sandiford, former Prime Minister, late Prime Minister of this country. There are a number of things that I could say, but when I think about the life and contribution of Sir Lloyd, what comes to my mind is that government is a continuing process. Government is about continuity. The Honourable Member for St. Michael North East, the Honourable Prime Minister often says that leadership and governance is a relay race. And I say that because Sir Lloyd passed as the social partnership celebrated 30 years of existence. Sir Lloyd passed as CARICOM celebrates 50 years of existence. Sir Lloyd passed just before what would be the 30th anniversary of the Bridgetown Declaration that speaks to the sustainable development of small island developing states. I use the idea of continuity in leadership that comes to my mind when I think of Sir Lloyd because in 1993, in the face of all the challenges, and we have our varying views about the cause of the challenges, but sufficient that the country was facing challenges, Sir Lloyd became, as it were, the Prime Minister of the Social Partnership. Not the only brain behind it, because we recognize the model as an ILO model, and so I take it that the worker representative may have given the structure or the proposal for the structure. But, Mr. Speaker, it could not have come to pass if the Prime Minister of the day had not embraced it, had not accepted it, and had not made a decision that he would use the structure to address or to help to address the challenges that the country was facing at the time. And so I see 30 years later, well, 25 years later, the country returning to the social partnership, and it returned to the social partnership in a couple of ways. One is that it decided not to continue with a government that was ignoring the social partnership. That was one way. But the second way was that the government that came into office in 2018, 5 years ago, 25 years after the start of the social partnership, decided to do precisely what Sir Lloyd did, and that is to take the social partners into his confidence, into the confidence of the political leadership of the country in addressing a significant challenge that the country was facing. And so, Mr. Speaker, the continuity places us now in a position where we are building on something that Sir Lloyd had been instrumental in giving shape to. The other has to do with the regional integration movement. Now, Sir Lloyd would have been close to the party in 1967, and then in 1973, when the Treaty of Chaguaramas was actually signed. And the Grandin's Declaration of '89 would have been Sir Lloyd's contribution in that continuum, his contribution to moving the process forward. So there was the signing, the original signing, those who made up CARIFTA. Then there was the Treaty of Chaguaramas. But in 1989, Sir Lloyd then was able to be part of that Grandin's Declaration, which spoke to creating the environment that would allow the CSME to be given birth to. And we see a former Prime Minister from the Barbados Labour Party building on that in terms of developing CSME and helping to move that forward. And now in the 50th year of CARICOM, I've had the privilege, and I'm using those things that I've been a part of. So when I talk about the social partnership, my ministry and I as minister has responsibility for the social partnership. In the 50th year of CARICOM, some years after Sir Lloyd was part of the signing of the Grandin's Declaration, which created that basis for CSME, we've been able to, as a ministry, have Cabinet agree to moving forward on the matter of movement of CARICOM nationals across the CARICOM space. That is the continuity of government and governance that comes to my mind when I think of Sir Lloyd. And finally, the climate crisis that we now face. There's been a lot of confession in this chamber today, and I'm going to add one piece. When I heard of the poem presented at the Earth Summit, I thought to myself, does a prime minister go to an international summit and read a poem? Age and experience is the best teacher. Because over time, as I got very interested in the arts and going to plays and listening to poems, I got to realize that poetry comes out of the heart much more than any speech can. And that caused me to recognize that poetry, in a scenario like that, is much more genuine than a speech in a scenario like that. And so the continuity of government now brings us to the place where Sir Lloyd at the Earth Summit in '92, and then the SIDS conference in Barbados in '94, and the Bridgetown Declaration. Prime Minister mentioned the Samoa pathway, and we get to the point now where we're talking about roofs to reefs, where we're talking about the Bridgetown Initiative. And Mr. Speaker, I think we, as a result of all that I've said, can come to the solid conclusion that Sir Lloyd recognized the continuity of government, that he played his part when he had the opportunity. And we are now the beneficiaries, all these years later, of being able to continue the building on the foundation that he has been a part of. I offer my sincere condolences in this place to the family of the late Sir Lloyd, and I can only give a personal commitment that the Member of Parliament for St. Peter, the constituency where his funeral was held and where he spent his formative secondary school years, will recognize that continuity, and we will be part of a movement that ensures that succeeding generations can continue the development process that Sir Lloyd has been so integral in being a part of. I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member for St. Thomas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wish to thank you for the privilege to make brief remarks in relation to the late Sir Lloyd Erskine Sandiford, whom I did not have the privilege to be under his tutelage, and therefore cannot speak with the element of authority that other members, honourable members have while at community college or elsewhere. But of course, I always admired his astute leadership. I felt it was profound, Mr. Speaker, and of course his quiet demeanor as well. It is a distinct honor, therefore, for me to join my colleagues today, sir, and celebrate a section of the life of this very distinguished Barbadian. I also want to say, sir, that I have had the privilege to have spoken with him a couple times when I would have been very young. And of course, his conversations were always powerful. There was no malice, no anger. He knew that I was a strong Labour Party person, and coming out of St. Thomas, he understood it. And of course, he would have heard rumors like all the people will do about young people getting involved in politics, because politics, as they saw it, was for men. And therefore, I had attracted his attention on a couple of occasions, and I found him to be an extremely profound man of character. The way he spoke, the little smiles that you could not see the full smile coming through, but the wisdom that came behind it from the conversations that we would have had. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that he had that community spirit, that unless you have that kind of community spirit, you cannot survive in a constituency. Today, it is even stronger. Notice I didn't say worse. It is stronger, the community connections. But I have been a part of I understand it would have been the St. Paul's Church. And of course, he loved singing and being engaged with his constituents. I learned quite a few things from observing him way at the distance. We've been on the different sides of the fence, but at the end of the day, we are all Barbadians fighting the same cause to serve the people of this country, despite whichever constituency or community from which we would have come. And therefore, that community spirit helped me a lot, because here I want to apologize I would have been at funerals all day today. And if I had known Sir Lloyd, he attended the funerals of his constituents. I had 4, but I made 3 today, sir, because I viewed the other body yesterday evening to make sure that I get there, but that I also arrived here on time to speak of this distinguished icon of Barbados. And they made the point earlier, the fact that we're on different political fences. There should be no animosity and no anger and negative criticisms, because at the end of the day, it is a Barbadian. It is a person who has families, and the families of politicians, as was said by the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, are always dragged through the coals and in the gutter, and we are treated so unkindly, and especially if it is a female, Mr. Speaker, they give you every male partner on the other side or on your side. And so it is a tough situation to be in the political arena, but I really feel strongly we need more women in this exercise. But Sir Lloyd was a distinguished Barbadian whose legacy will live on forever in the history of Barbados. I acknowledge, sir, the time that we are in, and I also want to say, sir, he treated everybody with respect. And I think that is extremely critical as well. We in Barbados sometimes have a way of doing it. I'm not saying politicians as such, but generally, depending on who you are and from whence you have come, you are treated differently. I know, because I've been in this area long enough, and people want to remind you from where you have come, and to let you know that you hardly went to school, and so on and so forth. That is the way that some Barbadians behave. I think it is a way that we should change how we treat the people. I did not ever see it or feel it in my communication with Sir Lloyd Erskine Sandiford, despite the fact that our conversations would not have been very, very long. I know, sir, that he was, a man of great respect, treating everybody with that respect. Indeed, there was compassion because he interacted with people and he served his people well. He offered quality advice to anybody, despite, again, their status or persuasion politically, as well as the warmth with which he greeted you. There was no face all turned up and anger and anything. He sought to listen, but to greet you with that element of appreciation and respect. That is another kudo that goes towards him. I always, Mr. Speaker, believe that he did it because I saw him as a man of the soil. And of course, few of us in here would have hardly come through those environs where there was a lot of money, there were houses in the 60s and the 40s, and so most of us would have come through where we had to get tenantry spots for us to survive. Despite whatever his upbringing, he never, ever ill-treated anyone, according to what I recognized, and now it is being heralded by everybody. And I feel that anybody should be given the kudos when they are living. And I trust that those in his party extended those kudos to him, as many of us here would have, who would have known him, met him, and indeed, we loved him dearly. I want, sir, before I close, to say that it's really my distinct honor to have been a part of the SIDS program at the conference. I would have been in the classroom then, and of course, my students were like me, always on the go, always want to be in the know. And I took the children to that SIDS conference, and I still have memorabilia from the SIDS program because I'm a keeper of things. And I am going to dig deeply and get mine and put them up, because that is even a stronger memory of the late Honourable Sir Lloyd Erskine Sandiford. And we are now understanding and appreciating what role he would have played in that conference. And of course, we're looking towards sustainability of the environment and all that. And I would have reiterated a lot of what I picked up at the conference with those students, sir, that would have passed through my hand, that are now in their 40s and 50s, sir. So you know how long ago they would have been carrying that information. I want, sir, to finally say that Sir Lloyd set those great examples. I didn't see him with any anger or malice. I saw the compassion, the helpfulness, the courtesy, the honesty, the visionary approach that he brought to political life. And I want to thank him because I would have been able to learn a lot more as to how I interact, not only with my colleagues on this side, but colleagues on the other side and colleagues on the other parties that were in existence. You had your exchange of words and so on, but at the end of the day, you could sit and sip a drink with them. You can shake their hands. When families die or families were ill, you went and you visited them. The former Honourable Prime Minister, the Honourable Member for St. Philip,
So.
St. Philip South. St. Philip South. My good friend. We still communicate with each other. If I have the wrong constituency, forgive me, but I'm not a member of that party.
St. Philip South and
St. Philip South is correct, sir?
It was St. Philip South and St. Michael South. The former
St. Michael South, excuse me. That's where he's
also.
living. He's living. St. Michael South. We still communicate. I attended Sir Lloyd's funeral, and a lot of those on the other side were there, and we had a good communication. And I think that is really very critical. You're going to have your differences and so on, politically and otherwise, perhaps morally as well, but at the end of the day, the anger and the malice and so, it has to be.
Sir Lloyd conducted his personal and political life with honor, sacrifice, perseverance, and principle over self-interests. The purpose of political life is not for self-aggrandizement, but for service of people, always being cognizant of the needs of this great country. This is the Sandy way. I'm thinking of the great Frank Sinatra song. I did it my way. So, sir, his tremendous sacrifice, honor, and service of country will never be forgotten. And Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, he wasn't just a politician, but a staunch family man. And when I look at his family, anyone can see that his legacy is secure. Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member for Christchurch South.
I'm obliged to you, sir. Recognizing the urgent obligations of the family who are present and the constraints of time, I will be far more brief than I had planned to be. And just to say that many years ago, I was given the honor to introduce the departed Prime Minister, and I read a poem. And upon his departure, all I will do this afternoon is read that poem that I read on that occasion so many years ago. It's a poem called Tomorrow and the World. It is by the famous poet Martin Carter, and it goes as follows. I am most happy as I walk the cellar of sweets, says friend, and the shoemaker with his awl and waxen thread reminds me of tomorrow and the world. Happy is it to shake your hand and to sing with you, my friend. Smoke rises from the furnace of life. Raid, raid, raid the flames. Green grass and yellow flowers, smell of mist and sun's light. Everywhere the light of the day, everywhere the songs of life are floating, like new ships on a new river sailing. Tomorrow and the world, and the songs of life, and all my friends. Ah yes, tomorrow, and the whole world, awake and full of good life. It is a poem that speaks of legacy, of the dignity of the common man, even after he has died. And to his relatives who are present and those who are not present, I extend deepest and sincerest condolences, and I'm obliged to you, sir.
Honourable Prime Minister. Honourable Prime Minister. I will speak after. No, before. Right, no. No, before. No, but before we wrap up, I also want to pay my condolences on behalf of my family and myself and the good constituents of St. Michael Central. I've had the privilege of being taught by the former Prime Minister. I was taught at the community college between 1976 and 78, A-level politics by Sir Lloyd. At that time, I had no interest in politics. I merely did it to obtain an A-level certificate. That's all I did. But there was a remarkable composure about Sir Lloyd Erskine Sandiford. I don't want to use the term frugal, but I was able to go to school for 2 years without buying any textbooks as it relates to A-level politics. Simply because he brought everything to bear that. So he was a complete educator. There was no need to purchase any books at all, because when he lectured, you had a complete lecture. So that he was a repository of knowledge. So that I was able to do the exam based solely, entirely on the notes that he gave in class. There are not many teachers who are able to inculcate that type of knowledge so that you don't have to purchase books. And you were confident that when you go in the examination room, based on all that you were taught, that you could not fail the exam. Years later, I developed the same knack in teaching to make it complete for my students, so that when they finish the course and do the exam, they would pass. I would have also met him years later and remarked to him the success that I became through his teaching. I am deeply honored to be part of his class, along with the CEO of CBC, Sanker Price. We were two of the better students in his class. And I'm deeply indebted to him. I now want to rise and pay a tribute to him in silence. For 1 minute. Prime Minister. Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Okay, go on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, we have come to the end of today's sitting. I therefore beg to move the suspension of the House until tomorrow, 21st of July at 10 a.m.
The question is that this honourable chamber be suspended until the 21st day of July at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands suspended until Friday, the 21st day of July, 10 a.m. in the forenoon.